Okay. All right, I'd like to call to order the January 14th, 2021 meeting of the City of Urbana Design Review Board. Kat, could you call the roll, please?
Yes. Dustin Allred. Oops. Did he drop down to a participant?
He dropped out completely, but I'll promote him if he arrives again.
Okay, we'll start somewhere else then. Mr. Cho.
Here.
Mr. Kunkel.
Here.
Ms. McGuire.
Here.
Mr. Rush.
Here.
And Mr. Sheese.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum, and if Dustin reappears, he'll just add to that quorum. So that's good. I believe you all received a copy of the agenda that Kevin forwarded to us. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There are none.
Okay. If not, we also received the minutes from our previous meeting on November 1st, 2018. And if everyone's had a chance to review those, I would entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Was that you, Adam?
Yes.
Okay, a motion by Adam, a second.
Travis Chess here, and I'll second.
Second by Travis. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Although, point of order, I think we do have to have a roll call, don't we, Kat?
I believe so, yes.
We do, yes. Thanks.
Oh, good. Thank you. Okay, please do, Kat.
Mr. Roosh.
Yes.
Ms. McGuire.
Yes.
Mr. Kunkel.
Yes.
Mr. Cho.
Yes.
And Mr. Sheese.
Yes.
All right, minutes are approved. Kevin, do we have any other communication for the board?
We have received no communications.
Okay, we have no continued public hearings. So our next agenda item is new public hearings. Adam's aware of this, so it's not being blindsided, but I have an indirect business interest with some participants in from the applicant side. So I'm going to be recusing myself from participating in the conversation or discussion or voting related to the hearing. So I'm going to cede chairmanship to Adam for the duration of the hearing, then I'll resume that role once the hearing's done. So I'll remain online, but I'll be muted and will not be participating. So Adam, it's all yours.
All right. Thank you, Scott. I accept the chairmanship, and I'll start by asking Kevin. I think we have some guidance from staff on how we're going to proceed tonight.
We do, yes. Before we start, before we open the case, I just wanted to address address some things so that, just for full transparency and everything. I know, so a couple of our board members spoke as citizens at the Plan Commission on a related case. So there's a planned unit development case that's related to the design review case. And a couple of folks spoke at, as I said, as citizens during that case. And I just wanted to, I've spoken with both of them, Mr. Roosh and Ms. McGuire, and they both indicated to me that their previous comments in that case will not affect their ability to judge tonight's case on its merits with respect to the design review criteria. So I just wanted to confirm with both of you that that's correct.
Yes, agreed. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes.
And also, he is not on, because I guess he is not, I'm not the only one having technical troubles tonight, but Dustin Allred is on the Plan Commission. So he had, well, he had to vote on that previous planned unit development case. So I just wanted to ask him the same thing. So if he does rejoin us, I suppose we'll just ask him we'll ask him that at the same time. And then Jason, is there, in the participants, is Chris Hartman present?
No, I don't see a Chris Hartman.
Okay.
It looks like both architects are Jacob Unziger and Josh Daly.
Okay, let me see. Okay, I did speak with Mr. Hartman, and he was okay with. I explained the situation that we had some board members that had spoken or voted on the previous planned unit development case. He indicated to me that he was fine with that. I was hoping he'd be on so that we could get confirmation during the meeting. So if he joins us, we'll try and get that confirmation. In the meantime, it looks like Dustin is back. So Dustin, did you have some technical difficulties as well?
Yes.
Okay, welcome back. So I just went through a little bit of a spiel, and I kind of gave you a heads up earlier, but you're on the Plan Commission. You're the Plan Commission's rep on the Design Review Board. So you've already weighed in on a related case for the planned unit development related to tonight's case. So I just wanted to confirm with you that your participation and your comments on that previous case don't affect your ability to judge tonight's design review case with respect to the design review criteria. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thanks, Dustin.
And Kevin, Chris Hartman, I see, is an attendee now. Do you want us to promote him to a panelist?
Sure, yes.
Okay, we will.
Okay. So can he, oh, let's see. I guess I'll just wait for that to happen. Hello, Chris. You're on mute. Would you unmute yourself and say hello?
Yeah. Hello. Hi.
Hi, Chris. Did you hear what I just went through with the board members?
No, I'm sorry. I've been having a hard time getting onto this.
Okay. Yeah. You're not the only one. So, the wonders of technology. So Chris, we had, as I spoke to you yesterday on the phone, and I explained to you that some of the board members had made comments on the related planned unit development case, but they had assured me that that would not affect their ability to judge the design review case on its merits. So I just wanted to get confirmation that that's okay, or that's acceptable to you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris. And stay on the line. There might be questions for you later. So, okay. I think with all of that out of the way, I think we're probably ready to open the case.
All right, thank you. And as chair, without objection, I'll recognize that Dustin Allred has joined the meeting for the purposes of discussion and quorum. So, okay. So I guess we'll start with the staff summary of the case.
Sure. Okay, so I'm gonna have to wing this a little bit going off of the memo because my presentation was one of the things that I was attempting to transfer over. But let's see if I can. Should be able to pull out some. Let's see. I would like to show some graphics as we're going along. So maybe I'll be able to do that, although they're part of the memo. But yeah, let's get to it. So this is a request by CCH Development LLC for design review for a proposed 70-unit apartment or development in the Lincoln Busey Design Review Overlay District. This is on, I probably should try and share my screen here. So please bear with me just for a second. I'm going to try and pull down a second version of the memo just so that I can show exhibits while I'm also speaking. Okay. And I think this should work all right. Thank you for bearing with me here. Okay. I will point out it's also my son's first birthday today, so there was lots of excitement around the house. So that was enjoyable. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see if I can do this one. All right. Okay, I cannot share my screen. All right, I'll just have to point you to the exhibits as I talk about them. So, Exhibit A is a land use or is the location map. So, this parcel is located on 10 lots. It's on Lincoln Avenue, and Lincoln, California, and Oregon. It's directly east of the Alice Campbell Alumni Center on the university campus. It's also west of the Europa House. That should familiarize you with the location of it. As I mentioned, the applicant's also seeking zoning approval from the City Council in 2 related planned unit development cases. That's essentially the same case. It's for preliminary and final approval of the planned unit development. So on December 7th, the council deferred voting on those zoning approvals pending the results of the hearing tonight. Following this hearing, the board must vote on whether or not to approve the proposed application, and approval requires a majority vote of the members present and not abstaining. So back in 2009, the city adopted design guidelines for the Lincoln-Busey corridor. This is a 1-block area. It's bounded by Lincoln Avenue, Busey Avenue, Illinois Street, and Pennsylvania Avenue. This really marks the western edge of the West Urbana neighborhood. And this kind of serves as a transition zone between the university and sort of the rest of the West Urbana neighborhood, which is much lower density and intensity in scale. So the design guidelines and design review process are intended to ensure that future development in the corridor is appropriate and is compatible with the surrounding area. Let's see. If you can go into, trying to find the exhibit here. So if you look at the elevations, which I think are in Exhibit F, you'll see that the proposed development is a group of 5 apartment buildings in a U shape around a central parking area. The buildings are 2.5 and 3 stories tall. As I mentioned, it would have a mix, or it'd be 70 apartments. It would be a mix of single bedroom and studio apartments. They'd be set back about 25 feet from the right of way along each street frontage. They'd be constructed with high quality materials, including wood siding and applied stone. The roofs would be pitched to help match the architectural character of the surroundings. And the buildings contain quite a few design elements to help them appear smaller and sort of break up the massing of the buildings. So they have multiple depths in the facades. They have varying colors and materials. And as I mentioned, they vary in height. The architects working on the project have stated at the Plan Commission that they kind of designed the site around the many mature trees that are on the site. And the plan is to preserve as many of those trees as possible. I understand they met with the city arborist in the past week, I believe, and it sounds like they should be able to preserve most or all of those trees. But we can ask them about that once when it comes to time to have the applicant speak.
And Kevin, real quick, Kevin, Mary Pat, did you have a question for clarification?
Yeah, thank you. Kevin, as you're going through, I know you're having trouble screen sharing. I don't know if there's a workaround with that. I'm wondering two questions. One is you're referring to exhibits, and I know that some of the, for example, the memo that I downloaded today only goes through Exhibit D, and so I'm wondering if the public has access to what you're looking at. I just want to make sure there's enough clarity on the public side for what you're looking at, and that we know we're all looking at the same thing you're looking at as we review your report.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mary Pat. And Jason, can you think of a workaround?
I mean, I can share my screen. I have the memo packet pulled up here, and if you can just guide me through if I'm way off where I need to be.
Yeah, no, that would be great. And yeah, Mary Pat, I was way off with my exhibits. I don't know if I was thinking back to the planned unit development case, but there you go. I say F, Jason says C, and he shows it. So thank you, Jason. Yeah, so just to recap everything I just said, there's varying heights on the buildings. Different materials, different colors that sort of help to break up the mass. You can't tell just from the elevations, but from some of the oblique angles, you can see that there are multiple depths to the facades. Yeah, there you go. Like on that page, you can see there's some multiple depths to break things up. Yeah, and Mary Pat, I really appreciate you suggesting that, and Jason for jumping in. So let's see. My computer is being a little slow, so I'm trying to get back to the memo here. Okay, so for the design review criteria, which really is the bulk of what the board needs to consider tonight, the design review criteria, so the board needs to determine two things. First, if the proposal conforms with the intent of the Lincoln Busey design guidelines, and if the proposal conforms with the overall compatibility of the proposal with the character of the neighborhood. To that first point, excuse me, the intent of the Lincoln Busey core guidelines is to ensure that future growth in the corridor is compatible with the existing built environment in the corridor, and also to aid in the visual transition from the larger scale buildings of the university and institutional uses located along Lincoln Avenue down to the single family homes of the West Urbana neighborhood to the east. So in your memos, starting on page 2 is where the staff analysis starts. So if you're following along at home, that's where I'm at here. So the analysis in your memo, which I'll go through, I won't go through every single part of it, but that sort of outlines whether or how the proposed development meets those guidelines. Let's see. So in the guidelines, it describes how the Lincoln Busey, or the guidelines divide the corridor up into two zones, with Lincoln Avenue and then most of the northern 3 blocks of the zone, or the northern 2.5 blocks going south, are sort of the higher intensity part of the corridor. So that's, thank you, Jason. That's called Zone 1. Now, as you can see on the screen in front of you, the block with the proposed development is entirely within Zone 1, which is called Lincoln Avenue and higher intensity areas. Now, according to the guidelines, the project, and if Jason, if you scroll down just a little bit, there's a little diagram that shows, so this shows the project in dark blue, and then the other properties that need to be considered when deciding or when looking at compatibility with the surrounding area. So it's not that you would review this with respect to all of the buildings in the Lincoln-Busey corridor, or all of the buildings in West Urbana or in Urbana. It's these particular buildings that sort of give the character that you are to compare the proposal to. So onto the individual criteria themselves. The first is the facade zone, and each of the criteria have sort of encouraged and discouraged elements to them. So this proposal meets, it really matches with all of the encouraged elements in the facade zone. So essentially, buildings should face the street. There shouldn't be blank walls facing the street. They should be, as I mentioned, this third point, visually broken up into smaller areas, and this project does that. And the facades use quality materials, as I mentioned, such as wood and stone. They have interesting details. They provide focal points in the entranceways. And so city staff recommends that the board finds that the proposal meets the design guidelines for number one, the facade zone. The next is massing and scale. This is to ensure that the building is compatible with the massing and scale of surrounding buildings. So the first one, well, I said I wouldn't go through all these. So I'll just summarize. And if you have questions later, I can go into depth on any of these. So let's do it that way for the sake of time. So the height to width ratio of the buildings is compatible with other structures on the adjacent block faces. The development also incorporates changes in wall plane, building height, and roof line, which help it fit in with the surrounding blocks. I do want to point out the second of these encouraged items on here. It says on the second sentence that if existing structures are smaller than the proposed new development, as in this case, it says that the use of changes in wall plane, building height, and roof line should be used to help the new structure fit in. So I think this project does that quite well to meet that point. The project also exhibits none of the discouraged elements above, such as blank faces or monotony of materials, inappropriate changes in scale, or extreme changes in height or roof line. The next criteria is building orientation. The buildings are all oriented toward the street. They have defined entrances. The entrances aren't necessarily primary entrances, as this criteria calls for. Some of them will enter single apartments directly. Others act as entrances to hallways to multiple apartments. But they are entrances on the main facade and oriented toward the street. And the main purpose of this set of guidelines, if you look at them as a whole, is really to ensure that buildings aren't turning away from the street. You will find some of the older buildings that were built before the guidelines were enacted, sort of in this area, and also in other parts of Urbana. They have blank walls facing the street. The entrances are sort of interior to the site, and it really does not contribute to the character of the neighborhood. But this project doesn't do any of those. It's oriented well, and it's oriented toward the street. The next is deals with patterns and rhythms. The patterns and rhythms of the proposed buildings are generally compatible with other buildings in the surrounding blocks. On California and Oregon, the buildings are typically older homes or Greek houses or group student homes. So it would be difficult for new larger apartment buildings to match the rhythm of those blocks exactly. But again, by breaking up the mass of the facades, by using the varied materials, it does fit in much better than, say, just a large I don't know, monotonous box of a building. We feel that the buildings would blend in well and likely improve the character along Lincoln Avenue, especially. If you look to the final exhibits, where, let me see what page that's on. Well, my computer is going slow, but in the exhibit that shows, yeah, thanks, Jason. And thanks everyone again for bearing with us. So the exhibits that show the buildings along it's the photo inventory, it is Exhibit D. So the buildings along Lincoln Avenue, there's a couple of massive apartment buildings. I'm not sure exactly when they were built, probably 70s or 80s, that, well, the one on Illinois is pretty modest. So that first one that you see here. So 809 West Illinois is pretty modest. There are, and then if you scroll down, Jason, there's a couple coming up here. So yeah, number 4 on this page. And then, so 811 West Oregon, that's the view you see here in the photo inventory is facing Lincoln Avenue. And then number 6 down there, 812 West Nevada. Those, I think it's fair to say that those types of buildings are probably what the design guidelines are trying to avoid. So the project that we're looking at tonight would, well, I don't want to say it wouldn't match the character of those buildings. I think, as I said, it would enhance the character along that corridor. Thank you, Jason. Okay, back to it. Okay, so roof lines. Roofs are encouraged to have pretty gentle pitches, 6 to 12, or sorry, not gentle pitches, a pitch of 6 to 12 or greater, which the project has. Also, these call for a combination of roof lines, and it calls for roof forms to be similar in construction to those found in the area. So this project checks all of those boxes. It doesn't have flat roofs. It doesn't have a single roof line. So this project really checks all those boxes for roof lines. The next criteria is window and door openings. There are quite a few of those, so I won't go through all of them. But this has, the window and door openings on this project are in a consistent rhythm. They appear to be in good proportion to the solid walls of the building, and it doesn't exhibit any of the discouraged characteristics for this criteria. The next is outdoor living space. The proposal includes, Jason, if you could go to Exhibit C, there's a landscape plan in there, which probably shows this the best. But I'll keep talking while you're scrolling. So this includes outdoor living spaces on the west, so along Lincoln Avenue, and on the south sides of the development. So yeah, here we go. So on the south side, there's a bit of, it's sort of like a courtyard, outdoor living space there. And then along Lincoln Avenue, I think the site's a little bit more constrained. So there's outdoor seating there on the west side of the building as well. Both those areas include pavers, benches, trees, and bushes. It doesn't include, the proposal doesn't have any porches or balconies for individual units. I will point out that well, I guess it's not one of the criteria, so never mind. Okay, so materials is the next criteria. It's encouraged to have durable materials, exterior treatments that protect the integrity of the structure and provide an enhanced aesthetic look to the block. Using materials that reflect what's used throughout the district. So we feel that that this project meets these criteria, or meets this criteria. And then for landscaping, so I think one of the high points, which I mentioned earlier, are the mature trees on the site that they plan to preserve, which we can talk about during the discussion. So retaining mature trees on site is encouraged. Those are the first two encouraged items on the criteria. And really the site was designed around those mature trees. As I mentioned, the architects met with our landscape supervisor, who I found out after I wrote this. It seems like his title is now arbor supervisor / city arborist. So apologies to Kevin Sanderson for getting that wrong. And so it appears that the mature trees will be able to be preserved. So staff recommends that the DRB finds the proposal meets these guidelines. Parking areas, I think the project does a really nice job of putting the parking on the interior of the site where it won't be seen, where it can't be seen for the most part from the right of way. It's encouraged to do that. Some of the parking is even tucked under the rear of the building, but not like a stilt building. So it's there's an overhang on the back sides of some of the buildings, but so there's some covered parking that you can see on the site plan. And then there is some screening to reduce the visual impact from adjacent properties. So there's a fence on the east side of the project that would make the parking not as visible from the properties to the east as well. And they also use permeable pavement for the parking areas, or for the parking spaces that are not covered. And then the guidelines have a series of criteria under sustainability, which is slightly different than the other criteria. So I'll just say this section should be considered sort of as direction for like best practices for projects, but not as necessary as let's say the rest of the criteria. So some of the things that this project does, again, they use permeable surfaces for drainage. So they have landscaping and they have pavement. They cannot do, or the plan is not to do solar power there, because with the retention of the mature trees, you don't get much sun beneath the mature trees. So I think that's a fair point. I know, and the architects could probably speak to this more, but with respect to LEED standards, I know the architects have said they've incorporated some elements that, that would get you points to qualify for LEED, but they're not planning to try for LEED certification. I'm not an architect. I'm not LEED certified, so I will let the rest of you discuss that if needed, or if you like. Oh, and then providing bike parking. So the development would have bike parking. I believe it's one space for every unit, which is twice as much as the zoning ordinance requires. A lot of that, I can't recall the number off the top of my head. A lot of that would also be covered, which is more useful to residents than your uncovered bike parking, since it keeps your bike out of the elements. So that kind of wraps up my discussion of the criteria themselves. So the design review board in this case has the following options. You can approve the application. You can approve the application with conditions related to meeting the standards and design guidelines of the Lincoln-Busey Corridor Design Guidelines. That's a mouthful. You can invite the applicant to revise the plans, giving recommendations to them on ways to improve the design to better achieve conformity with the guidelines, or you can deny the application. And if you do so, you should articulate your findings and make recommendations to the applicant on how they could bring the proposal into compliance. The staff recommendation, we feel just on the whole, I think it's clear that this project was designed to meet these guidelines. It appears that they understood the guidelines and designed around them, as opposed to the reverse, trying to design something that sort of, then they could claim fit the guidelines. So based on the discussion, or it's not really a discussion, based on the analysis that I just presented, and without the benefit of considering additional evidence presented tonight at the public hearing, staff recommends the Design Review Board approve this case with the following condition, which is a pretty standard condition: that construction of the proposed building and parking areas be in general compliance with the attached site plan, elevations, and architectural renderings in Exhibit C, and that any significant deviation from these plans and renderings shall require consideration by the Design Review Board. Thank you again for bearing with me as I had some technical difficulties tonight. I can answer any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you, Kevin. Does anybody have questions for him?
Adam, I could not hear you.
Okay, is it any better?
Yeah. It is, yeah. It showed you as unmuted, but no sound, at least on my end. Sorry, go ahead.
Lots of gremlins tonight. I just said, thank you, Kevin. And I asked if anybody has any questions for staff. Mary Pat?
Yeah, I have two questions for city staff. The first one is whether there were any documentation from coming out of the meeting with the city arborist that, and perhaps you can ask the applicant to speak on behalf of that meeting when it comes to their turn to speak. And the second question is having to do with some of the statements that you made about meeting the criteria in the areas of, for example, massing and scale, height to width ratio, scales of structures and compatibility, patterns and rhythm. Some of the things that you responded to having to do with scale compatibility. Mm-hmm. Are there actual analysis? Were there any analysis presented by the applicant, or did city staff run any analysis, like spatial analysis of this project, that we can review to understand it in much more explicit terms rather than just a kind of, it looks like it is, or it seems a little bit loose in my estimation? I'm wondering where is the actual evidence that the Design Review Board is required to consider evidence that meets the criteria?
Right, and that's a fair question. The only specific analysis, sort of technical analysis or whatever you want to call it, that I did was I did look at the height to width ratios as specified in the massing and scale, and I apologize, that was one of the documents I was trying to transfer over. But typically on the blocks, I found a range. There was a range of scales, obviously, from the existing buildings that are there. And the proposal was within, was within that scale. I think in one case it was just out of that scale. It's actually kind of hard. It was kind of hard for me, and maybe the architects or designers can help me out with this. But doing a height to width ratio for a project like this, where they do vary the heights, do you look at the, say, entire entire building all the way out to its edges, even though at the edges the height is, say, 2.5 stories instead of 3 stories like it is in the middle. So what I did in those cases was I looked at 2 ratios. So I looked at the entire width of the building to the height, and then looked at sort of the most massive piece in the middle. So the largest, the tallest piece. But I have that analysis. I do not have it right now on this computer. It's possible if we had a break, I could grab it and bring that in. But I found that it was compatible. You know, it was close, or it was within the range, or very, very close. I think another part of your question is asking if we just kind of looked at it, and I'd say, as a planner, I did kind of look at it and say this appears to meet, and that's why we have the photo inventory in Exhibit D. You have to just look at the other buildings in the area and then get a feel for it. But I think that's why we have the design review board, is you all are the professionals who can actually look at those things and then determine whether what I felt it met that, but I won't be hurt if you disagree with me, and that's why we have professionals on this board. Back to your first question. There weren't the meeting with the city arborist was just an in-person meeting, as I understand it. I didn't have a chance. He took the afternoon off today. I was hoping to touch base with him this afternoon. But I think the architects are on this call, so they could probably answer what was discussed at that meeting. I know it's not germane to what you should be considering tonight, but in the related planned unit development case, one of the one of the conditions that's being considered is that a tree preservation plan be presented, and that plan be created in consultation with the city arborist. So that's just information, but should not affect your decision tonight.
Okay, thank you for both those responses. I just wanted to clarify, in our process where we are in looking at that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Any other questions for staff? All right. Thank you, Kevin, again.
Okay, thanks.
We'll move on to the applicant and ask if the applicant has any statements that they would like to make in regard to this case. I see a hand raised from Josh Daly in the participants list.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great. Hello, everybody. Josh Daly with Mode 3 Architecture. My partner, Jacob, is also on with me. So, so he's separate space, but we're apart, but we're together. So I'll just make a few brief comments. I think Kevin covered a lot of the highlights of what the Lincoln Avenue corridor requirements specify. So I think just to start off, I'd just like to talk to you guys, the board, just to let you know how we went about this in design. When Jacob and I get a project, we're not selfish. I'll just say that right now. We wanted to come in here and do something that is very precise and very accurate in terms of trying to fit in with this block. with this west edge of this neighborhood. And I just want you to know that we took a lot of time to study this, look at this, but also, you know, we have a client, we need to meet needs in terms of getting a bed count on here, which was 70. And I wanted you to know that while we met a 70 bed count, what we're trying to do is not just create living units for students. And I just want to make that very clear. Our client liked this area because it's not a traditional development that's maybe in the heart of campus. This is going to cater to not just students, but grad students. And we're also trying to get the young professional, maybe the professor that's here for maybe a year or two, and then we'll be moving on. So the housing that we're putting here was very meant to be diverse to meet that market demand. There is a demand for that. So I wanted to make that clear that we didn't just come in here wanting to put a bunch of 4 bedrooms on here and make this a big student housing development. So, you know, could have done that. I think a lot of others probably could have done that, but we specifically wanted to do ones and studios. So I want to just emphasize that that this is not like another development in terms of the unit mix. And so in doing that, the trees were the first thing that we looked at when we got into this project. And as Kevin mentioned, there's one large tree right in the center of the site. It's the biggest one there. And that's the one we zeroed in on, and everything else kind of fell in around it. And we preserved all of our street trees on purpose. There's a lot of driveways right now. So we got rid of all those driveways and brought it to one on the north side and tried to bring the buildings along Lincoln Avenue, which right now are way too close to the street. So we pulled our entire project back in to give some landscape room on Lincoln Avenue especially. Right now those buildings are too close and it's almost uncomfortable. The sidewalk slammed right up against the street. So we were able to actually bring the sidewalk back too as well to the east. So I think what I want to do is just let you guys know that this is a really heartfelt design. We really wanted to do a lot of individual buildings. So I don't think some of the site plans you're seeing do it justice, but this is actually 5 separate buildings. It's pretty easy to see the big break between the one along Lincoln. We did connect the 3 buildings. If you look at the elevation on Lincoln, there's 3 buildings there. We connected them with just a roof line to cover a walkway, which is our entries that go through to get to the apartment. So I wanted to point that out, that we did break this on purpose to make that appear like 3 separate buildings. So we didn't want to ring the site. If we had done that in a big U shape or a donut, for example, we would have taken out all these trees. So I just want you to know that our approach to this was very respectful of what trees we could try to save. And we've saved quite a few. Some, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to, but they're right in the middle of one of these buildings. But I guess the last thing is the character. We don't want another Europa house. You know, as cool as Jacob and I think that looks from 60s perspective, it doesn't fit here. We don't want any of the stuff that you just showed us down south of here. And I know that's why the design guidelines were created, and I get it. And I want you to know that I get it. I understand that you don't want something on like you just showed us down on the street. It's just not appropriate. So sloped roofs, this in and out massing, lots of materials, which we can go into next on the stone we're going to put on here, the siding materials, the window groupings. tried to really make this residential in character. Now, there's a mixed bag of styles in this neighborhood, as we know. It goes from everything from kind of a Georgian look to great, just good old-fashioned Midwestern or prairie, all the way to Craftsman. We kind of chose the Craftsman quasi look to this. There's a couple of existing structures that have those features on the street, on California especially. Little brackets, things like that. We tried to bring those into the design and not just do big flat blank walls. So we tried to break it up into stories, do some decent sized overhangs to kind of accentuate some of the roof lines. And again, the varying height, I think the biggest thing that I will say is that we tried to make the story counts go up and down. So you're not looking at this and it's just 3 stories over the whole thing. We try to go 3 to 2 to 1, back up to 2 to 3. It's kind of what it does now. There's 2.5 story homes there that are all apartments, of course, and then there's 3 story, 2 story, 3 story. It kind of undulates up and down. So our approach there was to try to mimic that the best we could. So I guess that's kind of really all I have. I think Kevin hit most of the rest of the stuff on the list in terms of the criteria. I guess my partner Jacob is I believe on, and he may have a few things to go over on some other of the items. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just pick up then, Josh, where you left off. I know there was a question about the meeting that we had with Kevin Sanderson, and I don't know if it's possible. Let me try to share my screen. Yeah, this should work. I do have some information on how that went. We met with Kevin, Josh, and I both at the site. We've actually took a survey that had all of the trees that we were trying to preserve identified that we had given to Kevin in advance. And then we just basically went and viewed each one of these trees to see, number one, if the tree was healthy, and if based on our proposed development, if it made sense that these could be preserved. And each one of the trees that we looked at, Kevin actually did say, yes, there's no problem with those being preserved. So what we agreed to with him was it would be good if he provided us with some information or guidelines of how to approach the preservation that we could include in the construction documents when we get to that phase of the project that would instruct the contractor on how to actually go about this, and then also to meet with the contractors in a pre-construction conference and talk about some of these things. So Kevin did provide us with a document that talks about the specifics of what to do for preserving these trees. And so it's our intent to include this information. I don't need to go through every bit of it, but it's our intent to include this as part of the construction documents package for the project. But the good news for us was after Kevin had met with us, he did agree that all of the trees that we had identified looked like they were easily able to be preserved. What we did discuss was also coming back to the site in the springtime so that we could see more easily the trees when the buds start to appear. We might be able to determine if there's some dead material that maybe needs to be cleaned up as part of the process of doing this construction project. So we're going to reconvene probably in March or April to do that. So that's the extent so far of what we've done with Kevin. I guess the other thing that I could do, I know we talked about sustainability, and we have talked about that on some of the other meetings for this project, but I do have that list of the sustainability features that we were proposing for the project that we could just go through really quickly. I know Kevin already kind of touched on some of those, like the permeable paving and the bike parking. We also had discussed providing infrastructure for fuel efficient vehicles by providing charging stations for them in the covered parking areas. And then obviously some other features that are provided in the design are just naturally conducive or mimic things that would get you credit for LEED points, such as open space. We have enough open space to achieve LEED credit for that. Other things like keeping the vegetated canopy and covering the parking would qualify or contribute toward heat island reduction credit under the sustainable sites category. Also, the preserving of the trees contributes to the restoration of habitat credit. And then we also, as Kevin pointed out, we don't envision that there would be a need for solar on this project because of the fact that we did want to preserve so much of the existing vegetated canopy, but we did agree that it would be worth providing infrastructure up into the attics of these buildings if at some point in the future the building owner would like to install something of that kind. And then the last point that we had on the list had to do with the material of the exterior of the building. The majority of the exterior cladding is an engineered wood siding, which is actually from a renewable source material. And we know that after looking into this product that we were talking about, it's LP SmartSide siding, that it's actually, so the supply chain is SFI certified. That's the Sustainable Forestry Initiative. Apparently the major reason that they conform to that is that they use fast growing trees, and they utilize up to 99% of the harvested material. And also their binding agents and resins are low emitting according to their literature. So anyway, that was the sustainability features. I also let you guys know I do have more information on the exterior materials that we're using for the project. And I don't know if you want to, I can just go through this right now really quickly. And then if there are questions, we can obviously come back to them. But just to start off, I wanted to say that we have had some ongoing discussions with our client about what the colors of this building should be. The materials haven't really changed. We have kind of had a back and forth on the colors. So what you see here is actually the current color scheme. It's only very slightly different from what was included on the submittal. The main difference is in the lighter horizontal siding color. That was a white color. Now it's been changed to a little bit more of an off-white color. But anyway, just really quickly, we have since we're not meeting in person, we can't show you the actual samples, but we do have photographs of the samples for the materials that we're targeting for the project. And the first set here, these are the stone samples. There's a couple of different variations or blends of stone that we're planning to use. The one on the left is, overall, it will have a little bit darker tone on an average basis. The one on the right, when it's all together, should have a little bit of a lighter tone. Then these are the siding colors so far that we've kind of settled on. The dark color is a kind of a much more prominent wood grain finish. to it. We had called it out as a different color on the submittal. It's very close, but you know, as these go, sometimes you can't get the same selection. Not all colors are available. So these are available. We've actually gotten samples. So as of right now, these are the ones that we intend to use. But it's there's some kind of warm grays to these with a white trim, which is a little bit better, I think, than what we had submitted before, because you get a little bit more prominence to the trim. You know, the trim pops out a little bit more. And it's just not quite as much white over the whole building. But you can see, you know, how we've tried to place these varying colors in a, you know, a good harmonious way. But anyway, then lastly, which is not such a big deal, this is just the roofing material that we were planning to use. It's an architectural type shingle, but it is an asphalt shingle. And then I did want to also show some other images just to give you a better idea, because I know that the renderings are okay, but it's a rendering. It's not a real building. So I have some other images of some similar installations to what we're proposing. This is actually 809 West Nevada, which is a little bit farther south than our site, but this shows the same type of siding material that we're proposing, along with the trim. So you can kind of get a feel for the look of the siding, window trims with it, and how we're hoping to do this. Obviously, this is flat roofs. We would have pitched roofs for this project, but you can kind of see what the siding looks like. That's kind of our intent there. This is also showing what would happen on the backside of the building mass. As Kevin alluded to, on the street side, there is actual occupied space and dwelling units, but on the backside where the parking is, there is some parking that's actually tucked under the building that allows it to be covered. So that's that. The perimeter fencing, this is basically this, and the landscaping that's shown here is kind of what you could expect to see for the project that we're proposing as well. This kind of shows the landscaping vernacular with plantings up against the foundation, and then some of the other understory trees that we would be adding, and shrubs along the walkways. And then also to give you an idea that, you know, this project also had preserved some existing large trees that'll kind of give you the feel of what that would be like, you know, also looking down the street there. So that's, I think, all that I was going to go over as well. So again, we have a lot of these available. If there's any questions, you want to go back over any of this stuff, just let us know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the applicants? All right, well, seeing no questions for the applicants, we will move on, and I'll ask if there is anybody in attendance from the audience. Oh, I'm sorry, Mary Pat, I see your hand up.
Thanks. I do have a question about, Jacob, I really appreciate that you're bringing the tree preservation, some more materials that we can understand the tree preservation process. And you showed a topographic survey with the trees located on the site, and then the red rings around them of the ones that you're wanting to preserve. However, we were also told that the site was designed around trees, was a statement that the city had made. And I'm just wondering, how was the selection process made to decide which trees to preserve? And if you could just help us understand if there's, like, what was the criteria that you used to either save or remove them? And if there are any if you could just talk about that a little bit. It's just not entirely clear yet how the site planning process worked relative to the tree preservation.
Hi, this is Josh again. I can answer that one. Jacob, if you don't mind, could you put that, is there any way to get that site plan up on the screen? I don't know if you can do that or not, or if somebody could, but I can dive in a little bit. To answer your question the best I can, Mary, is I think when you look at the block, we start with what we're going to be required to do, which is, have buildings fronting the street. So we did Lincoln first, and because that's the longest dimension of the site. So that right there was our ability to get the density to where we needed it to be. But then if you look on the Oregon side, we broke it on purpose for that one tree, right, that large mature tree between the furthest building to the east. So that one was on purpose. We broke the building right there and skipped over to that one. So that's one. Then moving to the interior, we thought about putting a building right there where those 1, 2, 3, 4 trees are in the middle right there.
Yeah.
We thought about putting a building there, but we said, no, let's not do one there, and let's try to just get the parking, and especially a lot of what you're seeing right around those trees is actually bike parking. The thought there was if it was bike parking, there would be foot traffic and not vehicle traffic, which in my rudimentary tree preservation world before meeting with Kevin is it would be less intrusion on the root system right there. So that's why those 4 were chosen. Going to the north then, in the northwest corner, could have pulled the building out further, but we didn't. We specifically pulled it back to preserve those I'm talking about the trees on the property now, on the actual property. So there's 2 along California there that we made sure to keep by pulling the setbacks back in further. The ones along Lincoln, after talking with Kevin, they're so close to the sidewalk that if we're going to move the sidewalk over, which I think is a good idea, they're going to be right in the way. So there's 3 or 4 along Lincoln that we took out. And then I guess the other big one I think was trying to preserve all of the street trees for sure. I mean, we could have probably put we had a driveway on the south side at one point, but that would have eliminated probably 2 of the street trees. Then on the north, we purposely broke the northeast building and then the west building with our driveway. So we tried to fit that driveway right in between there. So all those street trees were not affected. So we accomplished the goal of no street trees being affected. The ones that we're going to lose are the ones that are, if the western building, between what's listed, there's the ADA spot, the van accessible spot in the face of that building. If we had tried to save those 2, I think we would have suffered on the layout of the parking. Unfortunately, we got to get the parking in here. I wish we didn't have to, but we do. So we had to get parking in here. And in order to get the circulation for the parking to work and tuck it all in and still get our building frontage, this is kind of this is the result. Just to be fully honest with you, this is kind of what we did. So yes, your point is right. We were trying to save everyone that we could. So I think at the end of the day, there's going to be, I want to say there's 4 or 5 that have to go to get this done. Again, I don't know if that answered your question or not, but
it helps to understand a bit more there are
Sure.
certainly so many constraints, in a site development. It just helps to hear a bit more about kind of how you were observing the opportunities and the moves that you were making, so that as we talk about the project and make some recommendations, I can just know a little bit more background about that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Does anybody else have questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll move on to the audience, and I'll ask if is there anybody who wants to speak in favor of the proposed project? So I do see Paul DeBevic has a hand up. That hand's been up for a while though, so I'm not sure if that was raised for this purpose. I see Jane Billman has a hand up. If Jane, perhaps if you can leave your hand up if you're wanting to speak in favor of the proposal. So could we give the mic to Jane Billman first?
Hi, I think I can talk now. Can you hear me? Good. All right. Well, I checked in tonight mainly to ask the architects why they chose the color scheme of the siding. And I am happy to see that you changed from the pure white siding to the sort of beige. I wasn't really happy with the gray color scheme. And by adding that gray, I think it warms up the building some, and I think it matches the neighborhood better. I'm wondering if more of the gray could be a little tanner or something, but that's purely my aesthetics probably. I think that, I also wondered why the vertical siding.
Okay. Thank you. Kevin, do we normally have the applicant respond to questions like this, or do we want to go through all of the comments from the public first?
It's Adam. It's been so long since we've had one of these meetings. I don't recall how we usually do it. I think we could go through all of the applicants and then let if there are multiple questions for the app. Sorry, I think I just misspoke. I think we can go through all of the attendees, audience members, and then kick the questions to the applicants.
That sounds great. So I'll let the applicants, of course, are listening in, so I'll let them make notes if they wish, and they will have a chance to respond to the audience participation at the end. Thank you for the comment. Next, I see Paul DeBevic has a hand up. So if Paul DeBevic wants to speak in favor of the proposal, he's up next. And you now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Let's see, could you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. I'm not really speaking against the proposal, I don't believe. I would like to, if you want, broaden the considerations that the Design Review Board, I have what, 3 minutes, or tell me?
You can go ahead and take whatever time you need.
No, you shouldn't say that. I'm a professor.
Don't bring a slideshow, please. But
no
okay.
slideshow. In fact, I'm thinking. I thought this was going to be on video, and I actually combed my hair. So, way back in March, there was an article in the News Gazette on the new comprehensive plan, and Mayor Meyerland is cited in that article, and she says that the new comprehensive plan needs to take climate change into account, and noted, quote, people's opinions about housing density, neighborhood density have changed, especially when you talk to younger people, close quote. And I read that comment, and I gave me the impression that Mayor Marlin believed that a higher density, in fact, automatically guarantees lower energy consumption. And that's certainly not the case. I have some credentials in this matter. I teach energy and sustainability, ENG 571. And indeed, the staff notes that the density is not really changing here. They estimate 65 people are now in this area, and it's going to go up to 70. So it's really different structures. Now, the issue that I'd like to speak about, and I think it's only a couple minutes, is about energy, conserving energy. And indeed, in the staff report, energy is mentioned on page 5, and energy efficient construction is mentioned on page 9. So energy really isn't a big component in the documents that I have available to me. I see electrical hookups, and it's quite possible that the entire structures are electricity only, and I don't know that. The site plan certainly shows a number of parts of the buildings that have AC. So let's suppose it's a largely electrical usage site, and there are renewable energy technologies for electricity generation. And I have to say, and pardon me if Mr. Garcia takes some difficulty with this criticism, I'm staring at page 24 of the staff report, and I look at the site, and it's not like this site is under deep, dark woods. So you could calculate, in fact, what the trees do to solar insulation. There are plenty of houses not so far from me that have solar panels. So to reject solar panels, as Mr. Garcia did, basically out of hand, is just wrong. There are tens of thousands of square feet of roof available there. The amount that you would need for net zero energy is maybe, I don't know, a few thousand square feet. And if you look at the Lincoln Avenue side, there's no trees there at all. Clearly, you would prefer southern facing, and there is some southern facing that have no trees. So let's just reject the statement that you cannot have solar panels because of the trees. You could do a simulation, you could just look at the site, or you could remember that just in my neighborhood, there are a lot of houses that have solar panels that have trees around them. So why not, in fact, use solar panels? If you really want to engage the goals of climate mitigation. Also, there's the possibility of ground source geothermal. And if you were to install ground source geothermal, clearly the best time to do it is when you take down the buildings. That would be completely possible. Now, ground source geothermal definitely needs a serious professional engineering analysis, but it's available. So this site could easily be net zero. In fact, it could be better than net zero if the developers indeed wanted it. Now, there is something called Energy Star construction. And there are, in fact, a few developers in our area that have built Energy Star certified buildings. And I wonder if Energy Star certification will be followed in this development. There's also, the matter of just what's inside the building. So we're going to have 70 apartments. We're going to have 70 refrigerators. We're going to have 70 dishwashers. We're going to have 7, who knows? And will these appliances, in fact, be Energy Star? I mean, the energy consumption of just your appliances is a large fraction, in fact, of your energy consumption. And then going to the parking spots, I didn't have available the documents that the architect just showed. And you could ask yourself, how many of these 49 parking spots, in fact, will have electrical vehicle charging stations? They say that it's possible, but maybe it should be required. All of this, in fact, could be done with an energy audit. And I don't know how much any energy audit firm needs to have documentation for them to do one. But clearly, if you do an energy audit of this site, there are considerable opportunities to follow the mayor's direction that we really ought to consider climate change. So to summarize, if it's all electric, go for renewables. Go for the solar, which in fact the architect had just said that infrastructure, so I mean that must mean that the roof in fact could support the solar panels. Just do it. You could consider ground source. You definitely should go for Energy Star construction. You definitely should go for Energy Star appliances and electrical vehicle charging stations. So that's my little few-minute spiel. And if there's anyone that has questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
All right. Thank you very much for your contribution. We appreciate it. Next on my list is Christopher Hansen.
Hey, Adam, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. My name is Christopher Hansen. I live, I don't know, three or four blocks away from this. I've been kind of following this project with some level of interest lately, just because I am interested in the process that this has to go through. And so I guess I'll first start by saying that I think city staff have done a really good job of presenting all the details on this. It's interesting to see how much you can learn about a proposed building project just by paying attention to the meetings in the packets that are released by city staff. I'm going to speak. I think I'm going to speak in favor of this, and I'll explain a few things. And I wasn't going to talk about energy, but that was brought up by Mr. Debovic, and he made some interesting points, which I don't know. I guess I'll provide some counterbalance to that. And he mentioned solar panels and geothermal, and I think the issue of geothermal is just a matter of comparing, sinking heat and energy into air versus sinking it into the ground. You can also sink it into the water. Heat pumps are very efficient these days, and so if they've chosen to put, fan-based units, heat pumps, and I don't know that geothermal's all that much better. I think geothermal is cool because you don't have spinning fans outside the units and it reduces noise. But and then I want to remind everyone that in Urbana, we do have an energy aggregation program where the city actually negotiates rates for 100% renewable energy. So unless you take action to change who your energy supplier is through Ameren, you're getting 100% renewable energy already. So it isn't obvious that putting solar panels on your house or a windmill on top of your house or whatever you want to do, it isn't obvious that that's like, an improvement or a change at all. And just the fact that some people have solar panels isn't evidence that it's a sensible investment. Last time I checked it didn't really make sense to put solar panels on my house. The issue of, the number of refrigerators and dishwashers, yeah, I can see that, but substantially, those things take energy based on how many people are using them. Your refrigerator consumes energy based on how often you open the refrigerator door. Your dishwasher doesn't consume hardly any energy unless you're running it, and that's a function of the number of people using it, not the number of appliances. So I guess I just don't find a lot of the energy arguments that were made very convincing. But I'll go into the kind of more the aesthetic issues, which is what I wanted to talk about. I'm really pleased to see the sidewalk bumped over from the street. I've lived here for 18 years, and, I was a student when I came here, and I've, been on that sidewalk a lot, going to and from class, because first I lived at ISR, and then I lived in an apartment on Green Street, and, I'm a rollerblader, more so when I was a student than now, but I've been on that sidewalk right next to the street, and it feels like you're basically just on the side of the street, the way it is. So it's nice to see that bumped over. Now, that doesn't solve the problem for the rest of the blocks, north and south, but maybe with enough projects in the future, eventually we'll see the rest of the sidewalks change. But I'm glad to see, it seems like those sidewalk lights have been removed. I thought I didn't like those at all, and so I'm glad to see those gone. And there's concerning the aesthetics of the buildings. I'm not the type of person who can articulate exactly what needs to change for me to like it more. It does feel kind of stale to me looking at it, stale in a way that isn't representative as much as it could be of the rest of the houses and neighborhood that we see further east. And maybe it's just the rendering. Maybe it's just that I'm looking at a computer rendering and it doesn't look rich enough. And I'm looking at, for some reason, every single car in that rendering is white. So maybe I'm just taking in the fact that it's curiously stale just from the rendering point of view. I do notice that there's no large trees on Lincoln, which is already the case. But I don't know if anything can be done about that. I think there's a power line that runs along that, and I don't know if that's to be removed. I think that's going to stay maybe, but you've got the little dogwoods out front, so I guess that'll be fine. You don't want anything big growing so long as you're going to have power lines there. I do think maybe, there's some room to look at the paved surfaces and see if something can be done to make it a little bit richer and more interesting, instead of just, I assume those are just regular concrete sidewalks. I think that the brick sidewalks are cool, and if they're installed properly, they last a long time. But so I was, as far as kind of aesthetics and building looks go, I had opportunity to discuss this with the mayor recently, and regulating aesthetics is kind of a weird thing, right? It's very objective, and everyone has different opinions. And the best way I could put it is how do we make it so that developers, strive to be proud of their projects in Urbana? And I don't know that this board can answer that question. That's kind of the way I see the problem. Not so much to say, let's adjust this shade of white or this shade of gray, because that gets a little difficult. But I'm going to comment on one more issue, and then I'll let other people speak. With regards to the trees being saved, it's nice to see those are being kept. But I wanted to point out again, and I mentioned this at an earlier meeting about this project of a different board, that the effort to save trees is meaningless if you're not actually going to instruct the construction crews to follow through with the steps necessary with soil compaction and damage to the roots. You can say that you're going to save them all you want, but if you don't follow the proper steps, then they could die in a year or two. So I hope you're actually, the developers are actually, going to follow through on that. And it's kind of like one of those things where you can't just say you're going to do it. You have to take care. It's kind of like washing the dishes, right? You can't just go through the motions. So you end up with specks of food on the dishes. You actually have to pay attention to what you're doing every day. Keep the trees, fenced off, and you can't run your equipment over there, or you're going to kill them. So I'm going to speak in favor of this, but I'm going to go check on this a year after it's built, and then 2 years after it's built. And I'm going to see if those trees survived, and then I'm going to be a constant reminder if they do or don't survive in the future next time similar projects come up. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your contribution. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in favor of the proposal? Seeing nobody else from the audience, is there anybody who would like to speak in opposition to the proposal? First hand I see is Nathan Sonnenschein.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I'm not really sure I'm speaking against, but I do have some criticisms that I would like to speak on. So my name is Nathan Sonnenschein. I am a graduate student at the University of Illinois and a resident of West Urbana, although I am unaffiliated with the Neighborhood Association. Because I walk past the site of the planned unit development every day, and because I care about the form of the neighborhood, I have several points that I encourage the design board to consider during its discussion tonight. I was going to speak about sustainability factors and the siding colors, but I am happy that other members of the public have already voiced my concerns more eloquently than I could have. So first, the Lincoln-Busey Corridor Design Guidelines recommends clearly defined primary entrances. And while some of the proposed developments entrances do face the street, they hardly qualify as centralized focal points. The guideline document includes photos of this principle as embodied in the neighborhood. Because one of the examples of best practice is a structure that will be demolished if the proposed development is built, I think new construction should really truly commit to adhering to this guideline. Second, although it may not fall under the purview of this board, I hope the city will commit to retaining the globe-style light fixtures lining the north and south sides of the development along California and Oregon streets. And that is because the fixtures are an integral part of the regular visual rhythm maintained along the routes of both streets through the West Urbana neighborhood. So retaining them would help tie the site into the existing fabric. Third, at the City Council's discussion of the proposed development back in December, the architects seemed amicable to using brick instead of applied stone on the lower levels of the planned apartments. Because Urbana's existing built environment includes far more brick than stone, and because that was especially the case historically, there is very, very little stone in the older structures in Urbana. Brick is ideal. Furthermore, brick would tie the new construction to the legacy of the 3 handsome apartment blocks it would replace at the corner of Lincoln and California streets. And then fourth, adding on to the sustainability considerations convincingly laid out by Dr. Debevec, I am wondering how the developer is justifying replacing perfectly functional historic structures with new construction. I would like to know if the developer has considered moving any of the existing buildings to different sites or incorporating their materials into the new development. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to a productive discussion at tonight's meeting.
All right. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to speak in opposition, in part or full, to the proposal? And is there anybody who has general comments for the proposal that didn't feel like they were either in opposition or approval? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment portion of this case. And next we'll go back to staff to see if staff has any comments on the public input. And I do have one question to lead the staff with. I'll take that prerogative as chair. He just mentioned brick. As this proposal is written, would there be, I know that what your recommendation is that they generally conform to the plans that have been submitted. Would swapping brick for stone be general enough, or if they decided to do that in consultation with other boards, would they have to come back before the design review board?
That's a great question. I think that since materials is one of the criteria that the board needs to look at in the Lincoln-Busey corridor, I think it's important enough that it should, that should probably be settled, settled here tonight, or with the approval should that come. And if something was going to be changed later, then I think it would probably need to come back to the board. I guess a specific way around that would be if the board thought either the applied stone or brick were all right. A condition could be added that they could use either. So there's, you can sort of future-proof the approval if either would be acceptable to the board.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. That was just kind of informing me on how far these kind of guidelines go with general, when we say generally conform.
Right. Yeah, and it's always up to interpretation. I mean, it's tricky sometimes to know what general means or what substantial means. At the end of the day, there has to be somebody making that interpretation.
Okay. Do you have any other input to offer or responses based on the public comment period?
Just a couple of things. First of all, Mr. Debevec, I am not offended by your critique of my comments. So you can rest assured that you did not offend me. I did find Mr. DeBevick's comments interesting, and I suppose I don't know a whole lot about it, but we do have a geothermal and we have solar sort of group buying programs in Urbana. So if anybody listening, or more in particular, I suppose the applicant wanted to know more about the potential savings you can have on geothermal or on solar, I'd suggest contacting probably Scott Tess in Public Works, srtess@urbanaillinois.us, or I think the website here is, let's see, looks like it's, well, that's kind of a little bit long, growsolar.org/geothermal-urbana-champaign. So you can check that out if you are interested. The other point, Mr. Hansen, I know he had mentioned during the Plan Commission case, he had mentioned his disdain for the lights that were used at the 809 West Nevada project, and he is an eagle eye in this case. The architects informed me that they removed that type of lighting from these plans. Please correct me if I'm wrong, architects, but that's something they did mention to me. And I think that's all.
And one more point of clarification: if this proposal were to be approved tonight as is, and they were then to later decide they wanted to put on solar panels, whether it be as part of the construction process or a year after the building opens, and or geothermal, is that something that would have to come back before this board?
Geothermal, no, because I imagine that's all underground stuff. I don't think it would affect anything. I don't think it would kick in the design review process. Solar is a good question. I would have to look at at what the specific criteria are. Again, the board could future-proof things by by approving and saying that you would be okay if they added solar panels. Even better would be specifying where you might want those panels to be. Like if you didn't want them facing, well, I guess Lincoln Avenue would probably be a pretty good candidate since it is facing west and would catch a lot of that sun. But yeah, I think you could probably craft a condition that could probably future-proof the approval as well.
Okay, thank you for that input.
All right.
Does anybody else have questions for staff?
Mind if I jump in? Travis Chess here. I'm glad, Adam, you brought up about alternate materials and the member of the public. I agree that my first thought was that, the kind of more round river stone isn't as natural in this part of the state as more limestone stack stone, but that doesn't mean I don't find your stone appropriate, but maybe consider that as another option, as well as brick, like the member of the public stated. And I know in several projects that I'm working on right now, because of COVID, there's supply chain issues, and last minute during construction we've had to swap out some materials for not completely different materials, but like materials. So I just want to bring that to the attention of our board here, that as we consider making our recommendations, that we know that hopefully, we're back to normal by the time you guys are digging the dirt out there and ready for siding, but preparing our recommendation to give a little bit of leeway. So if the LP smart siding that you guys are proposing isn't exactly what you can get, and it has to be a similar material by a different manufacturer, that we recognize that and are okay with that or not okay with that.
And I'll mention for those who haven't met Travis yet, Travis has been appointed since our last meeting, which has been a while. He's an architect who's been appointed to this board. So we appreciate your input, Travis. Thank you. Mary Pat?
Adam, are we in a portion of our meeting where we're just still asking questions of city staff, or
Yes.
where are we in our process right now?
Good question. In our process, we are finishing up our questions with city staff, and then we will move on to let the applicant respond to public input, and then we will move on to the board actually having a proposal and discussion and vote.
Thank you.
So one last chance for more input. Go ahead, Mary Pat.
I do have one question, and that's right, because I'm right. Okay, taking notes along the way. I do have one question for Kevin Garcia, which is that, and there was another Kevin mentioned, but I know he's not here. This question, I think that Paul DeBevick is bringing up, and as well as Chris and Nathan, about energy. I recall at this December 7th City Council meeting, one of the reasons why we're reviewing this project before City Council had made a vote on the project seemed to surround a discussion around energy conservation within this project. And I don't recall the specifics of what was discussed or what was, but it seemed that that we were being asked as a design review board to consider that aspect of this project specifically, and to make some recommendations along those lines in order for the project to come back and then be considered by City Council. And I'm wondering if you could review with us what the range of that discussion was, or what is really before us that City Council put this onto us before they felt that they could approve it.
Right. If I recall the discussion, I felt that it was general guidance to do more in terms of energy efficiency. I feel that the board, tonight the board needs to consider the criteria for the design district, and to the extent of responding to what City Council was suggesting, I guess that would just be giving serious consideration to the sustainability aspects of the criteria. So I don't recall all of the specifics either. I've slept a few times since then. But it seemed to me that just they wanted to see some more in terms of energy efficiency, beyond just doing what I guess is typical in using the current energy code for buildings, which produces pretty energy efficient buildings. So I hope that answers your question. I know it's not terribly specific. I saw Travis nodding his head yes. So I think as an architect, he understands. So maybe he can chime in on that.
I think it's such an important. Can I just complete the reason why I'm asking this question is that the Lincoln Busey Design Guidelines, while they do itemize, let's say, or categorize spatial and physical and material criteria, sustainability is a really important and increasingly important criteria in any urban development. These were written in 2009, and it's amazing even what's happened in the last decade in terms of recognizing this, as well as the fact that, and I think it was cited in the City Council meeting, that this was approved as a PUD, and one of the criteria of PUD is to be looking at innovative technology use in the design. So there's a part of me that's thinking that is important, that it's not just the physical, visual aspects, but the performance aspects of the design are something that we could make recommendations on, I think would improve the project and be ultimately important for the architectural project, the developer, and also setting a really strong precedent for the corridor as we move forward and continue projects in the future. So that's the reason for my question. And from an architectural standpoint, I'm sure Travis can weigh in. I mean, AIA itself is revising its recommendations for its buildings nationally now, and it's becoming very standard that by 2030 even that buildings are reaching a kind of carbon neutral position. So I'll then defer to Travis on the building side. This site also plays a role in some of that energy conservation, and so I can help with that aspect of it. So thanks.
Do we want to keep going on this or wait until our discussion to go more into this about energy?
Let's save some of this for the discussion.
Okay.
Because I think that staff has answered as much as they can right now.
Okay.
I'll give you a chance to say anything else you want to say on staff's behalf.
No, I just as always with all boards and commissions, I want to emphasize that the board consider the criteria that are laid out for you, and yeah. So I guess that's all I'll say on that.
And Travis, did you have anything else to follow up?
Yeah, sorry, one final question. One of our residents, sorry I didn't catch everyone's name, asked about the existing structures there. I didn't see this in the report, and I don't think so, but can you confirm that none of the buildings that are on here are on any local or national register for historic buildings?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on and give the applicants a chance to respond to what they've heard from the public input.
All right, this is Jacob Unzicker back on. Just really quick, there were a couple of questions that we can come back to. One had to do with siding color and also the use of the vertical siding. I guess when it comes to colors, that's kind of a tough one. I guess I can keep it to a really general discussion on the colors for this. We wanted to try to get something that looked nice and also did follow some of the same color strategies that we saw in the neighborhood. And so part of that led us to, as the point was made about that the earlier rendering did kind of have more of a cooler gray color in it. And the more that we looked at that and we're actually looking at real color selections and getting samples, we did start to lean more towards a warmer end of the spectrum for the colors. But that was the general feel of our client and our take on things, that it should probably be more in that category. Although there are cool grays in the neighborhood as well. We do feel like it's more of a warmer palette though. So that was kind of the reason for shifting over to that in that direction. And the use of the vertical siding is mainly to, as we were talking about, trying to add interest to these facades and not make them feel so I guess monotonous. We felt like we did need to add some other variation other than just changing the color, and we did find there is some vertical siding in the neighborhood. At least I know there is some on 810 West Oregon, which may not be the prettiest building on the block, but anyway, we did not intend to just put materials on for just for the sake of doing it. And then there were comments about the stone versus brick, and yeah, we definitely recognize we wanted a masonry lower level. The brick didn't as much lend itself to the aesthetic that our client was kind of leaning toward, but the stone did, and we did notice that there is stone in the neighborhood now. Again, I'm not going to comment on the attractiveness of it in the existing buildings in the neighborhood, but we did find that there was precedent for using stone. but Travis's point is well made that sometimes we have to look into a particular area and do our best to try to come up with something. And we have at least done what we could do up to this point in actually obtaining real samples of materials that are available and try to make selections from those materials, because there are a lot of options out there, but then once you find out what's actually available, the selection list or palette becomes a little bit smaller. So we've done what we could in that regard. I think those were the main questions that we had. So I think that I'll just stop with that. But Josh, if you have anything, you can go ahead and speak up to.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add really, Jacob. I think that was it. I'll go off here, listen in. Thank you.
And I did want to clarify some things that I thought that some of the audience members brought up. The first is in terms of electrical infrastructure. It is correct, right, that you indicated the solar panels will be ready to go. Like that's all laid out up into the attics if and when the time is right to install those on the roof. That will be in place. And the layout for installing electric vehicles chargers, if that's a standard that the building owner identifies as, okay, we have a kind of charger we want to put in, that's ready to go as well in terms of the service and everything like that.
All right, Josh and I were trying to figure out who to answer. I'll go ahead. Yes, that's correct on the solar panel issue. We intend to have the routing figured out to get power up there to the roof, so that it's much easier to connect in the future if it's an option that is decided to be pursued. And then similarly for the vehicles charging stations in the on the ground level, it's the same thing. And I guess I should speak to the fact that this is still kind of a preliminary stage. Not that we intend to completely go a different direction, but I guess in terms of what things have been designed for the project in terms of the systems, like mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems, we're not that far along on that yet. So those are still things that are kind of in front of us to tackle. But that's why we're saying that, there is a desire to, at the very minimum, provide the infrastructure so that these systems are readily able to be hooked up, when they're installed.
Thank you for that clarification. Do other members of the board have questions of the applicant?
I had a quick question. Are you guys, for your parking counts and city code, are you guys maxed out at that, or are you a little over, a little under?
Yeah, I can take that one. So when we looked at this in terms of parking, there was a couple of aspects that we had to consider. One is that usually when you're talking about sustainability, you're talking about encouraging other forms of transportation and encouraging use of bicycles and walking and that kind of thing. And a lot of times that's linked with reducing the number of parking spaces, because then you're directly encouraging people to not use cars. At the same time, having done some projects in the West Urbana neighborhood before, we know that there is still some concern on the part of the residents when it comes to the fact that we may not provide parking on site, but there may be cars still coming to the neighborhood. So if people can't find parking spaces on site, they may try to park on the street, which is not desirable. So we had a little bit of a challenge there. So what we decided was we would just provide the minimum amount of parking to in terms of what the zoning requirement was. So we have met that. It's actually 0.7 spaces per bedroom or per unit. I guess it works out the same either way because they're one bedrooms, but it's 49 parking spaces, and that's the number that we have provided. So we did provide just the minimum number, but we did add a significant amount of bicycle parking, much more than the zoning requirement. We actually have one bike space per bedroom, which we could, I guess, say is 100% of the occupancy has a bike space. We also have covered bicycle parking. It's between 40 and 50% of the number of spaces are covered in a secure area. So we're trying to do what we can to encourage alternate transportation, even though that we have provided the amount of parking that is required and not less than the amount required in the zoning. And then at the same time, we've tried to minimize the impact of the parking by trying to keep it, enclosed. We have it tucked under the building in many cases, and then it's hidden, by being behind buildings. And then the other thing that we've decided to do is where we've got a large section of paved area in the center is to go ahead and provide permeable paving in that area to try to minimize any impact from storm runoff as a factor of adding more hard surface. So that's kind of that's a real quick tour around the design process as it came to the parking. But so hopefully I didn't take too long to answer the question.
No, thank you.
Sure.
Mary Pat, I saw you the next.
Yes, I have a question for Jacob, just to follow up on that. And I don't think you're taking too long at all. I think that actually the details of the design are really critical for us to understand. I have a couple of questions about the paving area. Can you tell us about, there's sort of a couple of components to the question. What type of permeable pavement system are you proposing for those areas? What is the permeable pavement material?
Well, we haven't made the final selection on that. It would be a concrete material that's porous. And we did actually, part of our conversation with Kevin Sanderson, the arborist, related to that as well. And he suggested some under drain system that we're looking into. The manufacturer escapes me, but I know it's called Straticel, or there's Straticel and Stratovault are the product names. These are basically things that create a barrier, or not a barrier, but an area around the root systems of the trees that will protect the roots from the backfill and actually allow more water to go through. So we're in the process of looking through to pick out a system. We don't have an actual system selected yet.
Okay, and I see that also in sheet A02 in the lower drawing that you're showing a storm detention field under parking area. At least there's one indicated that you have. It looks like some kind of concrete pipe storage. There's 3 rows, parallel rows of 24-inch pipe indicated. Can you talk about stormwater on the site relative to the paving and to help us understand, because in using permeable pavements, usually there's a kind of design performance that's associated with the site and the landscape. And And so I'm wondering if you can describe the detention system that's marked there and the volume of runoff collection that this is designed for if you have a design storm where the water is being collected from, and that kind of aspect of the parking lot.
Yeah, I'm going to probably have Josh answer some of that. I can tell you that we have engaged a civil engineer to take a preliminary look at this, and that's kind of what you're seeing there. We wanted to go ahead and make the suggestion, that is something that we do feel is going to be required. It's not anywhere under a final design yet, but that's the direction we think we need to head. But Josh, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, Mary, that's something we're going to have a civil engineer that we'll use to design that specifically. I'm sorry I don't have a more definitive answer on capacities and the actual volume and everything that we're, to answer your question, no, it hasn't been calculated yet. We will do that, and then we'll have, like you say, we'll have to balance that capacity with the amount of pervious pavement we include. The other thing is, I know with pervious, there's a way that you have to ensure that is going to transfer the water down through into the soils below properly. So we're going to need to look at the location of those. We may need to move them over more. Full honesty, there's a lot of design work to do on that when we get into the very technical details of the water retention system. I don't have a better answer for you right now, but we would definitely look at a balance between the pervious systems and trying to retain. And then, of course, when they fill, the idea with the underground is they would fill in a big storm event, so as not to create a lot of undue runoff into the street and our landscaping. So we will contain those, and then there's a smaller outlet on one end or the other that will let the water out at a rate that is acceptable for the storm system. That's the general idea. I don't have any better details for you at this moment. That's something that's going to have to be designed when we get into the technical details of the construction documents. I don't think I answered your question very well, but it's going to have to be balanced. That's for sure. We're going to have a permeable section, and the other thing you look at is with the trees as well. Like Jacob was saying, there's the other system that goes down between the roots that we'll have to investigate how that's going to work. I'm confident we can make that work. After studying it with my civil a little bit, we can get these areas to fit in and then work together. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, in that case, we will move on to board discussion. So we're going to need a motion to discuss. So is there a motion to approve case LRDRB-2020-01 with the following conditions? Construction of the proposed buildings and parking area shall be in general compliance with the attached site plan, elevations, and architectural renderings in Exhibit C. Any significant deviation from these plans and renderings shall require consideration by the Design Review Board.
Sorry, Adam, you're asking for a motion or are you asking for a discussion?
I'm asking, is there anybody who would like to make that motion? And then once we have the motion, if the motion is made and seconded, then we move to discussion according to like parliamentary procedure and amendments, of course.
Adam, I will so move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. It was moved by Travis, seconded by Dustin. So now we'll have some discussion over this motion and also entertain any amendments that would like to be made by members of the board. Mary Pat?
Unless someone wants to go jump in, I mean, I'm just looking at the time and thinking, you know, I'm happy to jump in. I want to say that I think overall that that the architects in presenting this project, I think they do want to conform to the intent of the Lincoln Busey design guidelines. I think there's still some work to be done here, though. I don't think that this project is ready to approve right now in its current condition, given the range of considerations that have been raised that are of a physical nature for the site, but also the performance of architecture, the performance of design is equally a valid discussion, I think, for this board. Also, given that this is a very unusual project, it's in terms of its scale for the corridor, not that we're not expecting this scale of project, but I think we need to give it some consideration and allow it to absorb the comments and the recommendations that the board can give and that the public have also given. I think the public input is extremely important at this stage. I want to basically speak to 3 recommendations that I observed in my analysis before the meeting, and also now I'm taking into account some additional comments that were made both by the public and by the applicant. The first is that the Lincoln Busey guidelines, I want to say in terms of architecture, are somewhat difficult to apply to a project of this size. They weren't written for PUDs, and so we're sort of beholden to kind of extrapolate, and I think the architects, anyone proposing a project in this corridor too, has to do the same thing, to kind of extrapolate the recommendations that are really intended to be more on the building scale to a multiple building project. And so that's a little bit awkward, and I think everyone's trying to do their best with that. But there's no building development project in the Lincoln Busey corridor that takes up 2/3 of the block. And certainly the comparison blocks that the Lincoln Busey corridor guidelines, again, are very parcel based in their recommendations. So they're trying to ask you to compare a parcel to a number of parcels that are either on the block or on the adjacent block. But this is 2/3 of the block. It's essentially, I think it was 9 parcels, 10 parcels. You can correct me, please. I don't want to get that wrong for the record. 10 parcels, okay. So, so I'm not arguing against the decision about this project being here, but you know, it does have some waivers in its size. It's trying to do a lot of things, and one of the things that is interesting from an architectural position in applying the guidelines is that one of the things that makes West Urbana, pardon me, so rich is that there's actually a lot of architectural variation from building to building in some way. So there's a compatibility overall, but it's kind of the eclectic nature of the architectural environment of the neighborhood that's actually really interesting. And I think I think it was Mr. Hansen that spoke to that. So that said, we're trying to apply some criteria to a project, and yet some of the considerations that come up about what does a development like this mean in the context of some other current considerations, like comprehensive plan changes, like the comments that were cited from Mayor Marlin, from the fact that design standards actually have changed quite a lot in both from the American Institute of Architects, ASLA's sites program, LEED, all of that stuff was cited this evening and in previous meetings as well as just in the general discourse around design and building in this country. So the thing is that, like, for example, the solids and voids, and this is why I kind of wanted to ask this question, Kevin, to you earlier about what is the actual analysis that we can use to understand how the Lincoln Busey design guidelines are actually a great way to evaluate projects like this. And the solids and voids, you know, the patterns and rhythms is a perfect example where the building is really being stretched. It's much longer than anything around it. It actually wraps the corner. And so it's, and in the corridor, it's the gaps between things that are just as important. The kind of rhythm of volumes and spaces between are what give a lot of light and shadow, a lot of people moving in between spaces, trees are growing in between these things, et cetera. So we're kind of at an interesting point where we're trying, I want to for this board and for the city to ask a kind of question for future discussion about how the Lincoln-Busey corridor guidelines can actually adapt and involve projects of this scale even more meaningfully or actually more helpfully for architectural teams who want to think about good design along this corridor. So some may disagree with me about that. And that's, I think, what's beneficial about these kinds of board settings is that you can have a discussion about what is the meaning of growth over time. I won't dwell too much on that. I do think there was a precedent set on the Nevada site, the Lincoln Nevada PUD. And it's interesting to look at that and actually start to glean out what are some of the things that worked well there and some of the things that don't work well there. And I would like to touch on the fact that the idea of outdoor open space this project is handling that almost exactly as it was handled at the Lincoln Nevada site, and nobody sits out there. No, there's no activity at the front of that project on Lincoln, pardon me. Hardly anyone goes in through those entrances. The tree planting isn't working out there. There's a lot of precedent in terms of the landscape and the site development that I think I would like to make some specific recommendations to the applicant. Do not repeat those things and actually consider some other more beneficial site development aspects related to the open space and related to the landscape and related to the public space and related to the parking areas. So that, I think that's really important. The quality of the materials in that sense too is that the engineered wood siding, to me, while it's being proposed as a kind of sustainable material, I don't think it's at the level of quality of material that we desire in this corridor. For frontages, but in particular, and there was a reason why on the PUD at Lincoln and Nevada, it was actually used on the backside, and actually much of the community asked for it not to be used on the backside because we can see that it's still a lower quality material visually. And many of the buildings in the area actually use much higher quality materials, and I would encourage a more a masonry approach and or a wood product that actually affects a higher patina, looks like a real material, something, and I will defer to Travis and others who have architectural detailing experience having to do with facade materials. But that is something that I do think these things are really critical for getting a really good project at this location. The second thing that I want to talk about are the trees. I mean, tree preservation is a key part of the application. They're a very distinguishing aspect of this neighborhood. Some people actually see trees before they see any of the buildings in the neighborhood. I mean, it's something that really adds a lot of value. But they're not just an amenity. They're not just something that you're just kind of like, oh, well, we'll save these and we won't save these. And I don't suggest that it was that haphazard. But there is a way in which you can do site analysis for a site. You can inventory those trees early on. You can check the species, you can check the health, you can mark out the root zones, et cetera, and you can actually design buildings around them. This is where I think we're going to run up into some issues having to do with the scale of development along Lincoln. We might be losing some of our very, very valuable trees along Lincoln, the Lincoln corridor, when you have a project that has this heavy footprint. The reason why there are some good existing big trees in this area is because you have individual buildings that are broken up by the open space, which allows the root growth to occupy the site, and therefore the tree is in absolute proportion to the amount of ground space that it has for its roots. So these trees are really critical though for not just visual, like that they're beautiful, we know they're beautiful, we appreciate them and for their inherent value, but they give incredible microclimate to the site, the amount of shading that's possible in the neighborhood. I mean, you know, when you walk from, it's not just buildings, for example, that when you leave the campus and you come into the neighborhood, that people say, oh, isn't this a wonderful frontage that I'm now transitioning across? But it's actually the trees, the sort of entering of the kind of neighborhood urban forest that people remark on a lot. It's cooler in the summer. It's quieter. You start to hear birds. I mean, it's a whole environment that we have here, and we want to do as much as we can to protect that. And it's from a design standpoint, it is possible to protect trees on the site and to actually make a feature of those trees on the site. They're not leftovers once you put the building in. And they also give incredible scale to a project like this. So many of our trees are over twice the size of many of our buildings in terms of their height. And I think for this project here too, there's discussion about scale in terms of human scale being afforded by things like pediments over entryways. But it's the scale of the whole project that is in check by also the kind of large canopy trees that are there and that we want to promote more of the planting of. So to say that you want to preserve them, I think, and meeting once with a city arborist is just scratching the surface of really convincing, for example, me, that that's actually something that is, that's really baked into your plans in a very, very convincing way. There, you can't put the amount of paving over those tree roots, for example, and say you're going to save those trees. The amount of fencing and the tree preservation around the construction is something that has to come through in order to understand that those are going to be saved. Again, one of the public, Mr. Hansen, cited the tree preservation on the other project. It can sometimes take up to 5-10 years to see the ultimate decline of a tree that was actually supposed to be preserved in a construction project. Larger trees take longer to die. But I can tell you from living across the street of that other project that the tree preservation plan did not take shape. The canopy was not, the drip line was not where the fence line was, and construction crews were running equipment over those roots and putting construction equipment up against the tree itself. It was really terrible to watch. So I think this is actually a critical criteria in the approval of any project, is to have a tree preservation plan and to understand the feasibility of saving, of preserving not just the trees that the applicant is saying that they will preserve, but also to understand what else can also be preserved on that site. I walked to the site and did an inventory of the trees. And it is in the Lincoln-Busey corridor guidelines, it is encouraged, of course, to save all the trees in the public right-of-way. But that's, okay, yeah, we need to do that anytime we do a development project. We need to protect the public. That's the public good, and it's a public space. And there are those European hornbeams. I think, I'm sorry, I think, Josh, it was you who was saying, I'm sorry, I'm probably not supposed to be speaking directly to the applicant, but the applicant was saying that that the European hornbeams that are on the southwest corner have to be now taken out because the sidewalk is being moved. And those are really incredible trees, those two European hornbeams. They've been cut up a bit because of the utility line, but those are amazing trees that have another 40 years of growth on a facade that we don't actually have many trees right now. So I think we should look at potentially saving those in this process. The other amazing tree that's on the site, the most amazing tree on the site, was also cited as, well, we just can't keep it. And that's an enormous Magnolia acuminata. It's an 80-year-old, highly treasured tree. It is in the, if you look at the parking lot area, it's in the southwest corner of the parking lot area, what would be the parking lot area. And this is incredible tree in very, very good health. It's actually one of the few remaining magnolias of its species that survived a very large storm in the 1990s. This is a tree that should be preserved and actually could be a feature for the project. I mean, you could wrap the entire idea about a parking garden, you know, experience an outdoor space around that tree. So I encourage the applicant to be thinking about these assets of the site in this way, to distinguish the design of the site, and to be much more specific, much more detailed in how you're thinking about the value of these things that are on the site and that are really important in the neighborhood. And lastly is the issue of pavement and stormwater. Again, as a criteria in terms of permeable pavements, in terms of site surfaces, this project is adding, I think there was a revision in the current materials we have, is increasing the impervious footprint of the site by 24%, which is really mind-boggling to me for a project that's being proposed in 2020 when we know site sustainability and building sustainability are really, really critical design criteria. And this, the permeability, there's no reason why you couldn't actually make all of the paving permeable. And the preferred permeable paving system for stormwater and for getting air and water and actually a thermal exchange happening through the ground, particularly having to do with tree roots, is an interlocking permeable paver system. That's possible to do throughout the entire area of any surface parking. If you need a hardscape drivable area, but you want to increase the actual performance of that site surface, that's what you want to go for. It's tried and true. It's been built in a lot of places. It's kind of a no-brainer, and it checks a lot of boxes. But it is the thing to do. Concrete, if you use a poured-in-place concrete, even if it's quote-unquote porous, it's going to be a maintenance nightmare. It will stop functioning. And I am very interested in how you, as the applicant, consider the collection of stormwater to a convincing level, like to just say we're going to get a large storm collected. I think it's much more complex, and it needs some design thinking and design detailing in the same ways that the architecture does in terms of the site. So those are my three general concern areas. And just to summarize before I move on and close my comments, is that I think the quality of the materials on the building need to be, I think we need to understand whether or not engineered wood siding is really a preferred material for this site. We're also right across from the Alumni Center. It's a place where a lot of people are coming in and seeing the neighborhood directly. I question that. I also wonder about the stone coming up. I think it's a really rough, coarse aesthetic for a building that could probably use a finer detailing on that base. If you were to go to a stone, I would probably consider something a bit finer in its unit size and orientation, maybe horizontally. I think we need to see the tree preservation plan and to understand what you propose to keep, how you really propose to preserve those, what you propose to move, and what efforts you took to preserve trees that are of high value on the property, and to really show us that those trees cannot be saved, not just that they were just in the way. That to me seems very, very important for this corridor. And then I'd like to see modifications in the surface paving. I'd like to see a permeable paver proposal that's designed into the site and that takes into account stormwater. And those, I think that better documentation on those things is really critical for this project. And not just for the project itself, but again, because we're reviewing a project of a very different scale, it sets a new precedent for the corridor, and it would be very helpful for our community to understand more about those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any discussion?
Yeah, Adam, can I jump in?
Please.
First of all, thank you, Mary Pat. I think you brought up a lot of good points for our applicant to consider. For me, I agree about the tree preservation. I commend the applicants for trying to preserve as many trees as possible. The two that kind of jump out at me, part of the reason I asked earlier about the parking spaces, there's the two in that interior parking spot that you kind of made a little, peninsula to accommodate their root system. I don't see those surviving. I'm not a tree expert by any means, but I feel like how big those are and their root system, I don't see those making it with just that little island peninsula. To me, that's not necessarily a deal breaker, but I would like to see you guys have a plan for a replacement for those trees and any other trees that may not make it. I know I've been part of projects myself where you always want to save as many trees as you can, but sometimes you discover something on site and a tree maybe doesn't react as well, or like you guys were mentioning, during construction, the contractors don't, respect the root zones and the areas that you call out, and a tree doesn't make it. So I would encourage our applicant to show a plan on what the next step is if some of these trees that we would really like to save, but maybe they don't make it, what our next steps are for those to try to preserve and replace. I think something else that one of the member of the public stated, the entrances, and Mary Pat brought it up, this exterior area facing Lincoln that you guys noted as like an outdoor living space. To me, I think that that's one of the weaker points of the design are the accentuated entry points. But that being said, given all the guidelines, and like Mary Pat said, you guys have a really unique case since it's such a large footprint that you're trying to accommodate here. I think that overall you guys have done a lot, and I appreciate when Kevin sent us the packet for your drawings. I think that the first thing I did, no offense, Kevin, I skipped right to the drawings just because I like looking at drawings. I went back and read them after, but I kind of looked, and I think on page 29 of the packet he sent out, it shows the elevation you guys included along California Avenue and the south elevation along Oregon Street. And to me, at least, I think that the elevation you see on California Avenue, you see our two buildings, and you see this other residence here that's on a Busey address. And I see like similar proportions. I see similar heights. I see a lot of good things from Kevin's recommendations that I like to see about your design. And then just below that, I see south elevation on Oregon Street, and I see the south elevation of our two buildings, and I see the West Oregon next to you. And that's what makes me glad that we have these design recommendations, because I feel like it'd be a lot easier for you guys to get a 70-bed unit that looks like the West Oregon next to your proposed development. That doesn't really match the character as much, wouldn't be appropriate for our site. And so I think that overall, I think the design meets our requirements, and I agree with Kevin that I think that this, from a design point, meets the design standards that we're trying to meet too. I think the last thing I wanted to talk about, someone of the public mentioned about sustainability. I think that something that was said was, density hasn't really changed, and so what are we really gaining? I think Kevin touched on it briefly there, that something that I think about when, even though our density isn't increasing particularly that much, I know designing buildings at the Illinois Energy Code that we're required to do for buildings now is really robust. And a lot of the savings that a lot of the code that you have to meet to apply for that or even achieve that energy code is way higher than certainly any of the existing buildings here that were on site already that are getting demolished and replaced with this. So I think there is a lot of extra efficiencies to be gained there, but I think I agree with other members of the public that I would encourage our applicants to look at more sustainable features. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. And I also agreed with Mary Pat about the permeable pavement. On your landscape plan, there's just a small little section kind of in the center by your ADA spots and some of your other parking spots there. I wonder if it isn't feasible or makes sense to have some more of it in there. I would consider that. I'm sure there's some reasons why you've so far only showed a small portion of it, but I feel like to help meet some sustainability guidelines in here and some standards that we would like to see, I feel like you could look at increasing that to even more area. I think that's the end of my comments.
Travis, just out of curiosity, what are the areas that you think would be beneficial for more permeable paving?
I mean, this is kind of shooting from the hip here. I would expect that there was a small amount of increase in impermeable spaces. I think 25 or 24% might be a little bit high. But I think, and maybe something that I would go without, knowing much else, why that only that particular area was chosen for impervious pavement, maybe proportional to the amount of density we're increasing, which is maybe 10% more, 15% more. And I think you could easily achieve that if you increase that area of impervious pavement. But I don't know if off the top of my head, I can think of a standard.
The 24%, that figure is the amount of impervious increase by the development versus the existing conditions. So that's where that 24 is. The design of any permeable parking, it doesn't matter if it's a plaza, a parking lot, whatever, but the percentage of imperviousness, the percentage of open space across a parking area is usually proportional to the amount of design storm that you're designing for. In addition, so it could be a water value, stormwater value that you're trying to design for. If you're also trying to promote things like root growth, and that was something that was cited earlier, then you also design an open paver system that allows for there to be exchange of air, and allow for there to be a healthy soil system underneath that paver system. And it can be composed of constructed soil with gravel, with a lot of gravel, a lot of root space. These are wonderful. They're wonderful, systems out there. So it's really about what is the design intent. And this is where I think that landscaping and parking lot are driven by design intent, just in the same way that the building is driven by design intent in terms of its occupants, in terms of what it needs to do for a number of people. Same kinds of questions. So the question is, the answer is quantitative, but it's also qualitative. If you want to preserve the trees, like Travis is spot on, that little tiny spot for that tree, its root zone is actually like this big. So you're immediately cutting it off. And if you want to preserve that tree, you have to think about an entire root zone and how you would, if you were to do a permeable paver system over it, how you would actually bridge some of those roots and allow for there to be healthy environment under there for it to live. These things are possible, but they need to be designed. To Travis's point also about if you are losing trees, I think that your point about how do you replace trees that you're losing, there are also standards out there about tree replacement if you lose them. So if you lose a tree of a certain caliber or size, there's a replacement standard out there. So for example, you lose the big magnolia, you plant another 10 magnolias, knock on wood. But so that is actually a very good idea also for the architects, is to say, look, we really care about the trees on the site. We really care about it for the neighborhood. We want to communicate that care. We know we're not going to be able to save as many as we might because of the way that the site's being developed. So we're proposing to replace trees that are lost with the following. And that is something that I also would propose, generally speaking, is that to not focus the landscape plan as kind of focusing on little shrubs and the images of tiny little shrubs against a big building isn't going to help the building, and it's the trees that are the valuable thing. So I would suggest that in the planting plan, you propose more tree planting, not dogwoods or small understory trees. They're not growing. They're not even understory trees. They're just decorative, very small trees. I would propose more canopy tree planting along Lincoln, along the gap in the southeast corner of the site now along Oregon, where you're proposing to take out the cherry and there are no street trees there, and then up in the northwest as well along the street, where we're losing another Norway spruce up there. So more tree planting for the site plan that would help to offset that would be an excellent way to improve the site impact.
I know currently we've had a motion to accept with some conditions. And
you can definitely add conditions.
I was going to say, this is my first meeting, so correct me if I'm wrong. Can we add a condition that part of the condition is that the applicants provide a tree replacement plan should any additional trees that may have to come down in design that aren't designed to come down now, but may, due to whatever factors, be replaced.
Yeah, and I think one of the important things with this is that we also set a standard of who's going to look at it. So what I would propose is a motion for amendment to our the motion on the floor, to add a condition that the applicant shall work with the city arborist to construct the parking lot in a way that allows for healthy tree growth and make a plan for replacing any trees that are lost because of the construction process, and that this plan must be signed off by the city arborist. So does that kind of encapsulate what you're asking, what we've been asking for?
From my perspective, it doesn't. This is a site development. This is a site plan and a site design. It's much more integrated with other aspects of the design. I appreciate what you're proposing, but I think it's just one aspect of it. I think we actually, in terms of amending what's on the floor, I think we're closer to inviting the applicant to do some design revisions, to revise some of the plans, to indicate its intention, so that those are the plans that we approve, rather than conditions that we aren't able to look at again beyond a decision if it were to be approved. I think we would have not fulfilled our role as a design review board if we don't ask for the applicant to take into consideration a number of recommendations having to do with energy, having to do with stormwater, having to do with trees, having to do with pavement, having to do with building materials, and ask them to take the recommendations into account and come back with a response, either through some plan amendments, plan revisions, and or some design revisions, and response to us.
I think that part of my thinking is that receiving approval for their preliminary design, though, is part of the process that they need to go through in order to facilitate the actual sale of these properties, is my understanding, because the sale of the properties are probably conditional upon the entire planned unit development being approved. And part of that is that we have to approve preliminary designs. So if we ask them to come back to us in a few months with design elements, that's holding up the entire process of them making a decision on whether or not it's even economically viable for them to go forward. And then we have no project at all to work
Well, let me
with.
ask you a question. The PUD is already approved by the Plan Commission.
No.
And I was thinking that this was only a couple of weeks of, not months, as you're characterizing it.
I just want to jump in and clarify. So the Plan Commission recommended approval of the planned unit development to City Council. City Council has not approved or denied that application. And that is essentially irrelevant to what's in front of the board tonight. Really, the board tonight needs to consider whether the proposal conforms to the intent of the design guidelines, and as well as the overall compatibility of the proposal with the character of the neighborhood. And to do those things, you need to be considering the design guidelines as a whole.
Kevin, can I ask you a question for clarification?
Yeah, absolutely.
So someone mentioned earlier in the meeting that the applicant was putting together or working on a tree plan. Is that something that has been conditioned as part of another discussion, or can you give a little background on that?
Yeah, well, there was a recommendation, you may recall, at Plan Commission, one of the recommendations was that they work with the city arborist to develop a tree preservation plan. Obviously, the details of that we won't know until they would actually do that. But so that's a condition that was recommended to City Council as part of that planned unit development case.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that that was already something they've been asked to do.
So if that's something that council is perhaps looking at. And Kevin, can I ask you a question? Does anything in the motion that's put forward so far prevent them from increasing the permeable pavement as we've been discussing?
No, I mean, I think if I recall, the only motion that's been put out there was essentially what was recommended in the staff report.
Right.
Thanks, Mother. Okay. Correct. Yeah, that wouldn't preclude them from increasing permeable pavement or, or adding different types of trees, say along Lincoln Avenue or what have you.
So from a design review board standpoint, we aren't tying their hands in not allowing them to do that. Okay.
Correct.
Can you explain what you mean in that logic, not tying their hands, that they can't do that? Can you?
Sure.
Can you talk about that? Because I guess what I'm wondering is, we're here to also offer a collective design review and to make recommendations. And those recommendations are being asked of the applicant. They're not just suggestions that they might possibly be able to do because what we approve doesn't preclude them from doing it. So
some of it could be, though, because if we were to pass this without, for instance, if we were to pass this without a specific condition allowing them to install solar panels on their roof, then they could be prevented from installing solar in the future. So I would like to see a condition added to this motion that allows them to install solar panels. It may be that they're not doing it right now because the current political climate doesn't have as many benefits. And it could be that a year from now, there are more programs out there that encourage this sort of thing. And that would be the optimal time for them to make that kind of installation. So that may be like a consideration. And if we future-proof it, as we've been discussing, we can allow for that kind of flexibility that allows for investment in our city and allows and makes sure that the overall design is being accounted for, but yet says that we are also okay with them going that extra step of installing solar panels on the building. That's my reasoning.
I think that what's a question there, though, is the incentive, the understanding about how to bring the project more into conformance with the criteria, and to, as a review board, to make those criteria, meeting those criteria very clear. And to take into account, one of the things that we are charged to do, if you look at the bylaws for our board, is to review the project according to the design guidelines for sure, but also to take into account public input. And I think there's been some really great suggestions put forward that benefit the project on many levels, and should just be optional for the future, but actually ones that we ask for the architect to take a look at in some way, and to reconvene with them after they've looked at some options relative to the suggestions about materials, the suggestions about energy, the suggestions about trees and stormwater, for example. There are a number of things. So I'm not convinced that just approving with some recommended conditions is really going to isn't going to really meet our charge as strongly as if we ask for the applicant to return and come back to us, because some of the things that we've asked, they're saying we really haven't looked at that. And that to me seems a bit of a missed opportunity, again, for a project that's going to be so significantly, we want a good project, but we want to be able to make sure that it's responding to the criteria, and that also City Council receives it back from the design review board, which they specifically had us review it before it goes back, that our process has answered some of those questions in order for them to move forward in their decision as well.
Yeah, and I guess this must just be an interpretation of the design review guidelines, because when the architects come before us and tell us that they have the intention of including a stormwater retention system, and that's part of the plan, so they now have to conform to that. But I don't see any reason why we should make them take on the burden of hiring a civil engineer to actually draw out exactly what it's going to be before they know they have an approved project. I feel like that's doing an undue burden to the applicant when they are coming before us telling us that they want to invest in our community. And I feel like in that case, they've already shown me what I need to see to say that they've taken that into consideration. They have that as part of their plan. They may not have the fine details. They may not have exactly where they're going to put it yet, but it's part of the plan.
I don't see an investment in the community as in conflict with the request to understand the project better. That's not the purpose of the board process. In order to approve a project, I think it's not about we just intend to do it. It's about understanding what is the intention specifically. We're a design review board. We're reviewing the design. And if the design is kind of like, well, we don't know about certain aspects of it very much, that to me is a concern. I'll just state it outright. It's not, the project has been in develop for some time. It's not that onerous to do a preliminary engineering calculation on such an intention and to present that to a design review board. So that would be my response is I'm not at all, I would not conflate at all the request to understand more the project before it is approved, to understand, again, on behalf of the public who we serve and the city who we serve, to understand those things in more detail. I can tell you now that if it were approved at this stage without knowing those things, and if somebody from the public asked me a question, I would honestly feel very uncomfortable knowing that it was approved without more technical detail information about the design. So it's not about not wanting them to invest, of course, but when we talk about energy or water, materials, you know, those kinds of things, I think it's on us to also be much more specific.
Matt, I see your hand up.
Yes. Can you hear me? Is it working?
Yes.
I think we can all say that, yeah, based on what the, I guess the architect has presented or the client has presented, it's not like they are, I guess, mailing it in here. I think they've done a very strong effort to adhere to the design guidelines. And staff's report has presented, based on their analysis, that, you know, it does conform. And then from public input, we've heard many things, and in discussion, I think we've brought up some of those points. And so I think, you know, keeping the scope of the design review board in mind, I think putting forward a motion that does not, I guess it's what Kevin said, to future-proof this. I think we should specifically list out what we want, such as opportunity to increase more permeable pavement, opportunity to use a different brick or stone material, opportunity to reconsider siding, engineered, natural, etc. I think we should put a motion together, and then when it goes to council, I think that's where a lot of these non-design but designy type things can be discussed in a larger scope. And I believe that's, you know, some of the things that we do on ZBA is that we focus on the scope of what we're there to look at, which is zoning, and then there's other things like economics and XYZ that always gets brought up. And I think our recommendation is always just trying to stay within scope of our board. And so when that goes up with our considerations that we add, I think, you know, that's the opportunity for city council to say, did the developer and the architect actually listen to what what we suggest, and did they make a good effort of that? So I think that's where kind of our scope ends, and that's where we have to either make a motion on it or, you know, punt it.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. Travis, did I see you unmute your mic there for a minute? Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I think I agree with Matt. I think that by and large, I think that the applicants have done a good job of listening to the staff recommendations, going through the design guidelines. Are there some things that we should future-proof, like we've been talking in our recommendations, to kind of make sure that they're followed through? Absolutely, but I think that they've done their due diligence. And on a other point, I think that the kind of analysis that the applicants have done at this stage in their process, I assume this is like a schematic design, kind of where you guys are at right now. The amount of analysis into the engineering of the permeable pavement and what goes into that is pretty appropriate for this stage of the process. So I don't feel like they're way behind the 8 ball as far as that goes. That's everything.
Thank you for that perspective. Mary Pat?
For the record, you thanked a perspective that agrees with you. I want to just respectfully to the board disagree with what seems to be a consensus. As somebody who is registered to practice on these designs and has done a lot of site development, I oftentimes hear both architects and planners discuss aspects of site development in this kind of preliminary conceptual way, and to think that it's okay. But there's so much actual design that's not done here. The landscape of the design criteria, the landscape and the parking area is to me highly underdeveloped to be reviewed for approval as a part of the design criteria. So that would be my position on that. It's a concern for me that the board would not be open. I'm not hearing openness to asking the architects to do a bit more, as Travis said, due diligence on the aspects that we've asked. It's also having to do with the energy discussion and the materiality discussion, to ask them to do a bit more work on that. And I'm not talking about months, I'm talking about a couple of weeks to reconvene and look at it again. Plan Commission did that also when they were considering the project. They said, can we just have some more time to go back through things, etc. I think it's a responsible thing to do. If I'm outnumbered on that, then that's the way that it will go. But for the record, I think we need to think about site development at this scale in the neighborhood, in the Lincoln-Busen corridor, having the site itself go through the same design, have the same level of design development that, for example, the building does. And currently it does not.
Thank you for that perspective. Okay. So, I think another issue that we discussed was the idea of having brick or another material instead of stone. Travis, did you have some thoughts on that and how that could be incorporated or not into any conditions that we might need to make?
Yeah, I think, like we had said, I think that sounded like our public thought that that would also be an appropriate substitute. I do too. I think that obviously in this neighborhood you see a lot of brick and masonry. If you're asking me to how I would form that into a motion or a condition, perhaps wording it that I think Kevin, you guys have a list of, acceptable materials on your guidelines, right? I don't remember the exact wording of that.
We do. I can find that.
Can we just say that in the interest of future-proofing this, moving to accept substitution of the stone masonry portion with another masonry material that's on the Urbana Design Guideline approved materials list.
So we have a motion to amend the proposal to add a condition that the stone in the plans may be substituted for another similar masonry material on the Urbana approved design list. Is that right?
That sounds right.
So I'll recognize Travis as having made that motion for amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this portion? On this condition? Kat, could you take a roll call? I'll call the question, take a roll call on this.
Yes.
May I ask a question though? What are we roll calling?
We are roll calling whether we can add a condition that the developers may substitute another masonry material instead of the stone that is currently on the proposal, so long as it is on the Urbana's approved material list.
Are you taking into consideration also, Travis, the engineered wood siding material?
That has not been taken into consideration at this time, but you can make a friendly amendment if you want. Or should we consider that separately?
I guess that's what I was wondering, if it's together or separate.
Let's make that separate.
I'd recommend separate. Since you're talking about swapping out the stone cladding for another masonry, then if you want to address the engineered wood siding, it makes sense to do that separately, I'd say. Kat, can you call a roll?
Yes. Mr. Cho?
Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Kunkel is abstaining. Ms. McGuire?
Yes.
Mr. Roosh?
Yes.
Mr. Shees?
Yes.
And Mr. Allred?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. I think the next thing that we were kind of discussing was the engineered wood. Can somebody tell me what the other options for that are that the that we would want to consider?
I brought up the guidelines on my second screen over here, and I think that other materials that might be appropriate other than the engineered wood lap siding are natural lap siding, wood sawn siding, and Kevin, can you remind me, is fiber cement siding also on the approved? I don't see it on the document here, but I thought I saw it in your recommendation somewhere.
Let me. Well, I was just trying to pull up the guidelines to find it. If you're not finding it in there, then I'm guessing it's not in there. Yeah, still having some technical difficulties getting things together. Yeah, I don't recall. Right, if you're talking about if I put that in my memo, I don't recall putting that in the memo. Let me take a look. And I'm not finding it in a search for it in my memo, so I'd just say no unless, yeah.
Okay. Say I'm fine with that. So I think then my motion would be to accept as an alternate material to the engineered wood siding, natural wood lap siding or wood sawn siding, as is noted in the Lincoln BC Corridor Design Guidelines.
And this is a amendment to our motion to add condition number 3, as Travis stated. Any discussion on Travis's motion?
I'd just like to point out, I did find out where fiber cement is mentioned, and it is, it's in the context of using it instead of vinyl siding. So I don't think we're considering that here. So it's safe to leave that off.
Okay.
Seeing
a roll.
Yeah.
Or was, sorry.
I'll call the question, seeing no further discussion.
All right. Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Roosh,
Yes.
Mr. Shees,
Yes.
Mr. Allred,
Yes.
Mr. Cho,
Yes.
and Mr. Kunkel abstains.
One thing that I would like to propose, and while this is something that would not be within the realm of our board, but perhaps but it would, if we did this, it would future-proof it in case another body allowed it, is to allow for the reduction of the footprint of the parking lot in any areas where it could help preserve trees. So if we allow for that, it means that if they were to receive some sort of a waiver to not have the number of parking spaces that are currently required by code, they could then be able to save some of the trees that they currently haven't been able to, are not part of their plan because they need all the parking spaces. I'll ask how people feel about this, if that's something that we want to include or if that's going too far within the design.
Can I chime in first? I think that's a great idea, Adam. I'm glad you brought that up because I don't think, maybe Kevin can correct me, but I don't think our board can necessarily approve that or make that change. That sounds like a planning thing. But I agree that I think that the design would be positively impacted should another board or commission allow them, the applicants, to reduce the amount of parking to better accommodate some of the existing trees on site.
Kevin, did you have anything to add to that from a perspective?
Well, I like the idea, and since this body doesn't actually deal with the with the parking requirements or with the with really any requirements of the zoning ordinance that outside of the purview of the design criteria, I like that because it gives the it would give the option to save some of those trees that I think it was the magnolia tree that Mary Pat was talking about earlier. I was also concerned, I think it was Travis who brought up that although he and I also are not experts in tree preservation, that the little island there that was sort of in the middle of those 4 trees on the east side of the site, I think there might be a legitimate concern, and if there's a tree preservation plan that comes out that they come up with in consultation with the city arborist, and that needs to be made larger and a space or two has to go away, then I think this, since the word of the day seems to be, or the phrase of the day seems to be future proof, I think this is a good way to future proof things, or leave options open, make more options available.
Okay. So would somebody be interested in making a motion to add that condition that the footprint of the parking lot may be reduced in any area where it could help preserve trees?
I will so move.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I want to kind of double back on the issue that it's not just the amount of paving, it's the type of paving. And so again, from a design standpoint and from a design criteria standpoint, permeable pavement is encouraged. We know a lot in the last 10 years since this is written that interlocking permeable pavement systems are the way to go for multiple reasons that I stated earlier. I would put a condition on there that even if you aren't able to reduce the paving area, that that system is used. It should become standard in the city of Urbana. It's that useful for multiple reasons. I would like a condition about materiality having to do with that parking area. Even if you do reduce surface area, I mean, that would be ideal. The car issue is a huge debate in this area. And meanwhile, across the street at the Alumni Center, there's a huge sea of asphalt that oftentimes is empty. You know, that's another thing that the city could consider is, can you do a swap with developers to use some of those lots rather than paving more of our neighborhood? So my request would be to place a condition about material change. Just as we talk about the surface of the facade, we can talk about the surface of the site. And that would be highly advantageous to this project and to the site to place that condition for permeable paver system, pardon me.
Okay.
If that can be added to the.
Should we vote on this one and then take up that one?
Yeah, I think that's a good approach.
Okay, let's vote on this one and then we'll take up that issue specifically for the pavement material.
Okay.
So
All
I'll
right.
call the question.
Mr. Allred,
Yes.
Mr. Cho,
Yes.
Mr. Kunkel abstains, Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Roosh,
Yes.
and Mr. Shees.
Yes.
So for those playing along at home, Kevin or Kat, which one of you are keeping track of these conditions? Was that number 4 right there?
That was number 4. If Kevin also has number 4.
What's that?
Correct. Yeah, it's the third new condition, but fourth condition. Oh, yes.
Okay, making sure. So next, the question is whether or not we should require the use of permeable pavement across the parking lot, at least in areas where it is needed for to help preserve tree roots. Is that a good way to put it, Mary Pat?
Well, it's a stormwater question.
Okay.
That's why people use permeable pavements. Primarily, it's why it's in the design review criteria.
Right.
So, yeah, so the condition would be to use interlocking permeable pavement system or similar system for the surface of the parking lot to the benefit of stormwater management and to the benefit of tree preservation, and to be coordinated with the city arborist and with the civil engineer to maximize, attempt to maximize the performance of both of those aspects of the site.
Okay. How does everyone, so let's kind of get that in the form of a motion. Move for a condition that the parking lot shall entirely then, or partially? You're saying entirely?
To maximize that, yes. But again, this is why I was saying earlier, and I know many of you are getting frustrated, but it is a design aspect. So the amount is usually designed, just like the facade would be designed and you break it up, etc. It's the same thing. So it's something that's why I wanted to have an opportunity to come back and talk about that again with the applicant. If I don't have that opportunity, I would say, do it all. A lot of sites do it all. And the city of Chicago, which has been using this system now, does it from curb to curb if there are curbs. It does it from edge to edge, and it still has some minor slope, but basically it infiltrates directly. Or you can infiltrate into a detention system as seems to be proposed, which is more of a tank basically of some configuration. This is a system on its own. I would say for the purposes now, that the motion should be to use an interlocking paving system to maximize the use of that to the benefit of the stormwater management aspect of the project and to benefit the trees on site. It has to be designed, that's my point. You know, it has to be designed. So there are cases in which people like to use poured in place concrete for driving areas because people think that tires moving will move the system. It's now, the construction of it now is very stable and you don't have to worry about that, particularly in an area where mostly cars and personal vehicles will be moving. I would then stop the use of the interlocking pavement at the edge of the parking lot and allow the driveway and apron coming out to the street to be poured in place, because you're going to be having large trash trucks, which is another story about the single entrance, coming up to that position, and that load will not be as favorable to an interlocking paver system in this site. So I don't mean to complicate it, but it's you can't put a formula on it today. So I would say maximize it to the benefit of stormwater management and tree preservation, and that needs to be designed.
Others? Thoughts?
Question for Kevin from a administrative standpoint. Is there precedent for us or for use of this material in town? I don't know if I've never used this on a project before, so I'm not very familiar with it. Do you know if it's used anywhere around town, or Mary Pat, do you know anywhere that it's used around town or in Urbana?
So I don't know a whole lot about this. If Lily Wilcock, one of our other planners, were on here, I know she used to work for Facilities and Services, yeah, at the university, and they were using it, from my knowledge, quite extensively, and I think they were having great results with it. I can't think of anything in Urbana that I know of, like in Urbana proper, but we don't see every single parking lot that gets built. So I don't know, it might be some places, but I guess there's precedent on the university.
Okay.
I have a question on the motion. I guess is this similar to a future-proof type motion that we're doing, where it's to increase the I don't know what
it all is
from like 10% to 25%, or
This is actually the opposite. This would be requiring the applicant to do something to the parking lot, as opposed to giving them the option. Because they already have the option to to use this if they wish.
So this would add something that we kind of have no idea of. I guess the architect would probably have to go back, design it, find out costs, if there's even a technology or a material that would work, and add that into the project, I guess, if we add this in here.
This is a very standard now site civil engineering material and system. It's there are very standard details around it. Very good track record on performance and a return on investment on installation, exceeding the care and maintenance of other poured in place materials. It's a very, very good design product and system. In terms of, I'm trying to think about whether I've seen this in Urbana-Champaign, and actually I'm kind of surprised not to have a site come to mind. it's very widely applied in other urban areas. So, and something the city, I think maybe would be an interesting thing to explore, on city property, actually, to try to make this understood better. So I would say I would move then probably to clarify if this needs more specificity. I would probably say to move to expand the permeable pavement area to the extent of non-covered parking area, and to use an interlocking permeable paver system for the benefit of stormwater management and for the benefit of tree roots.
Okay. We have a motion.
Can I have a quick question or clarification? My initial thought on this was to not do it because it seems a little bit too restrictive. But on the other hand, based on, I know that there was another project that the design review board approved once, and then they had to swap out some materials, so they came back to the design review board after they had some more information. It might be a good idea, since the main reason we're calling for this is, like you said, for trees and stormwater impermeable spaces. It might be okay that we call for this, and if it doesn't make sense for cost reasons, if it doesn't make sense for something that's more known to the applicants further down the road, that they can then reapproach us. And by then, hopefully, they've been into the process a little bit more. They have like civil engineer engaged to help them out. They know more about the capacities for what it could hold under there. I don't know if that's been precedent for other projects where the design review board will do that, but that's kind of how I see this playing out in my head.
I guess we could ask how the applicants feel about this. Do any of the applicants want to weigh in?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question one more time? I just missed that part. My internet was honestly cutting out.
That's okay. There's a condition being considered that the parking lot should be made of permeable pavement in order to assist with stormwater and tree roots health. And this would be for the portion of the parking lot that is uncovered and up off the curb. Is that something that you guys think would be doable? And if you find out it's not doable, would you be amenable to coming back to us for a revision?
I mean, Mary, I did look at the systems, and I think the pavers are better than the concrete, but right now I would say no, only because we need to also consider there's factors here too.
We're losing.
I know we can probably go on and on about that for the rest of the night, but right now I would say no. We would do more. I think we can do more, but we have to be careful with that and our foundations up against the building. There's other things we need to look at too before I would say yes to that.
I mean, this is a situation where we're reviewing a project and reviewing criteria around using permeable pavements in a project that doesn't have the knowledge about how to use them being, by the applicant. So I think just for our record, this is something that should be explored before the point of decision. For an applicant to suggest that they would say no to something because it's at this point of approval and setting out conditions. This is the part of that process that doesn't allow us to actually discuss options and actually to meet the criteria that are laid out. So in parking areas, the use of permeable pavements is suggested and discouraged excessive paved areas. We know that the site is actually going to have 24% more imperviousness. It has a large parking area and some other associated walks. The public input was also to move to permeable pavement, and not just in the parking area, but in the sidewalks. So in terms of process, I think it's very unfortunate that this is pretty standard stuff in the world now. And I would encourage that more openness to considering that materiality as it is in the design review guidelines.
While this may be pretty standard stuff, interlocking blocks are not specifically required in our guidelines, and we don't have precedent for large projects in other parts of the city having used this. So to put the burden on the applicant to tell them that they must use this for their entire parking lot, I think is beyond the scope of what this board is supposed to be doing. We are here to determine whether they are generally following the design guidelines. And they have, in my view, gone far, very far into a preliminary plan of how they will make sure this fits into the character of the neighborhood and the area according to the guidelines. So I don't see how this one sticking point should hold up the whole process. That's just my opinion, though. I guess, is there anybody who wants to second the motion for this condition?
It's not meant to hold up the process. My point about process is that it's unfortunate that we don't have an interim stage to discuss these things with the applicant. And because it is in the design criteria related to using permeable pavements, the point is the performance of those things for the stormwater and for the trees. So the condition, as Matt said, is this a condition now or is this a future proofing? I thought this was a future proofing. This is something that should be explored by the applicant. It's a criteria to use permeable pavements. They're being minimally proposed, and actually by using poured in place porous concrete, that has proven over the last decade since the writing of the criteria to not actually perform very well. This is my point. Interlocking permeable pavements is this standard high performing, the functioning system. So I will then move instead, since there is so much caution here, to replace that the areas of permeable paving should be permeable pavers. Again, we're talking about the tree roots, we're talking about stormwater, and neither of those things is being very well explicitly explained to this board, and that is a concern. So if we have to back the motion into something that allows the architects to explore something to the benefit of the project, then I think that that's what we should do.
Okay, so the motion is that we add a condition that the areas of permeable pavement shall be, you'll have to clarify on the board, on the materials again. Pavers specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I think to keep it future-proof, I would be more comfortable with saying the current permeability, the architect has the ability to increase that with whatever, I guess, technology or based on stormwater studies or whatever you need to do to figure that out. I think keeping that open to increase it as an option is future-proof, because I mean, we can all be satisfied with, I guess, 25%, but if it increases I don't know. I think that opens it up for more pervious, whatever technology.
I think that's a really good idea, Matt. I was trying to figure out, well, if they wanted to do more permeable pavers beyond what they show in the plans, I was going to ask the question, would that be in general conformance, just so we could get that on record so that I would know going forward, if that came up, they'd be allowed to do that. But I think, Matt, a more elegant way to do that is like you suggested, to just have the condition that says they use the permeable pavers in areas where it's indicated as permeable pavement, and they can replace, I guess, all other paved areas in the parking lot with permeable pavers as well.
Okay. So the condition is that permeable pavers shall be used in any area that is indicated as permeable pavement, and that the permeable pavers may be extended to any other area of the parking lot. Is that?
And I think Matt's right. I mean, to clarify, to fulfill the stormwater management goals of the project and to support the tree preservation per the city arborist. I mean, there are purposes for it, in terms of their design criteria.
Okay. That would be condition number 5, right, Kat?
5, yes.
Okay, so we have that motion with a friendly amendment from Matt made by Mary Pat, we'll say. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll.
Yes. Ms. McGuire?
Yes.
Mr. Roosh?
Yes.
Mr. Shees?
Yes.
Mr. Allred?
Yes.
Mr. Cho?
Yes.
And Mr. Kunkel abstains.
Okay. One thing that I would like to add as a condition based on input from the public and our discussion is that solar panels shall be allowed to be installed on the roof in areas as appropriate.
Kevin, can I add that I think someone said that the trees are in the way. Can they add another story? Because the scale of the project looks a little light to me. Sorry, that's a joke. I was trying to,
No, that's it. I mean, you had me laugh, and other people I think are on mute. I think they were.
We're just groaning.
Sorry.
Everybody went to bed anyway, so.
Yeah.
I think that Paul DeBevic made a good point that if you actually look, there's a lot of exposed roof area in the project that isn't covered by trees. So the study around that would be very interesting, actually, from an architectural energy standpoint, to do an actual solar study. I think there's a lot of potential there.
Kevin, can you just tell us if solar panels are allowed by right in that zone? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Oh, solar panels. Oh, I have to. When Libby Tyler was here, she said, "Never go by memory. Always look it up in the zoning ordinance." But it's late. I'm going to say that yeah, they are allowed there. On the roof of residential structures, they're allowed anywhere. I guess the only caveat would be. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a caveat if they're in design review districts, but I'm getting tired, so don't quote me on that. Yeah.
Well, record, I think.
I think if we say they are allowed and they're already allowed, we're not hurting anyone.
Well, I think since this is in a design review district, it's better to be safe on this one. So I think that's a fine condition.
Okay. Somebody interested in making that motion?
I will move to allow the applicant to install solar panels in a future phase.
Can I make a friendly suggestion and say, allow to install solar panels, period, and just leave it
Yes,
open?
yes. I move that. So move.
Okay, so Travis has moved a condition that solar panels shall be allowed to be installed on the rooftop of the building. Do we have a second?
Second.
Call the roll?
Yes. Mr. Roosh,
Yes.
Mr. Shees,
Yes.
Mr. Allred,
Yes.
Mr. Cho,
Yes.
Mr. Kunkel abstains, and Ms. McGuire.
Yes. Excuse me, yes.
Okay. Are there any other conditions that anybody would like to bring up as considerations as an amendment to this motion?
I want to raise one question about site safety for the project. I do recall in a previous review board or the planning commission, there was a question about the consolidated entry in and out. So I don't know if this is a motion, but I do think that safety features in that driveway are really important. Both some way of signaling to cars that are trying to come out of that exit and go onto California, pardon me. Reminders that there are people walking by, and also some way of understand. The reason why I bring this up is that we have had witnessed and personally experienced some dangerous situations with the consolidated exit out of the Lincoln Nevada project. I myself was hit almost twice. One time with my dogs that the guy didn't see us, was crazy. I think it's because coming out of those parking lots, you just people are zooming out of there and all they're thinking about is getting to the curb, and they're forgetting that we actually have people walking on our sidewalks. And people walk all the time along there. And oftentimes you're moving between two buildings that are basically positioned like this, and your line of sight doesn't start until you're sort of past that and you're already gunning it. I mean, I've seen it a lot. It's quite startling. I don't know at this point, because again, some of the site aspects, we haven't talked about some of the perimeter issues of the site, but this is one that maybe Kevin can give some guidance on how the city is handling those situations with larger projects where you have a lot of pedestrian movement, and what other kinds of safety features can go into that. Bollard lighting in general, and bringing a kind of human scale and a lot of lighting to the site can help with that. But as was raised by Chris Hansen in particular, we had also a blinding problem with those bollards. They were just like, the lumens were huge. It was jacked up. And so, but physically these things are happening during the day too. What can also happen at that location where cars are potentially coming out of that driveway to help with some of the safety and pedestrian safety issues there, that we could also ask as a condition for the design?
That's a good question. I'm not sure what, if anything, we've been doing to address some of those issues. That would be something that our engineers in public works would be better equipped to handle. I mean, my suggestion is, rather than make it a condition for this case, that's something that I could consult with our engineers on before the planned unit development case goes back to city council, because council obviously did want the design review board to weigh in on the case before it went back to council. So they want to know what comes out of design review board. And since Mary Pat, you made that concern noted, we can bring that to council, and think it might be a better place to deal with it than here. Because I'm not sure how that would if that would really fit into any of the design review criteria or not. But I think that certainly fits into the planned unit development criteria.
Okay, I really appreciate that, Kevin, because this is, I too was sort of looking, it has to do with parking areas and site. But again, I think because the Lincoln-Busey corridor guidelines don't fit well with some of this scale of project, which is a point I raised early on, it would be great to actually visit the guidelines and think about ways that we can also strengthen them along those lines. Adam, I have one other condition that I would like to, from our conversation, which is to, well, I don't know if it's a condition or future proofing. I'm sorry. I am a little bit confused about those two designations. I don't know which.
Everything we're adding is called a
important.
condition. Everything we're adding is just called a condition, but some of them we're considering to be quote unquote future proofing.
Well then, okay, then the board can help me with this then. I think that the loss of some trees on the site is a concern. I would like for the applicant to have a way of sharing which trees are being lost and why, and then to have a replacement program for them, essentially to do some kind of tree replacement planting, that the landscape plan itself doesn't meet the criteria in terms of it does remove some mature trees on the site that in all truth could have been saved with a different building footprint, but they're not. And instead, I think also the replacement with mature trees. So for example, the loss of trees is discouraged. The new tree plantings on private property are encouraged to replenish the urban canopy. There's definitely a net loss of trees on the site as a result of the project, and there's no replacement of those trees. I think that's an important condition when we think about urban canopy. And again, page 26 of the landscape guidelines are very, very, very clear about mature tree canopy on the site. So the motion would be to create, and this was, we didn't have a lot of evidence or documentation, which is what we are supposed to have in these deliberations. What trees are being lost? What's the value of that loss? What's the replacement value? And to make it a condition that trees are replaced on the site where they can be planted and to replace that. And in some symbolic way, could species be selected as well that recognize the loss of species, specific species for the site. I also would like to share for the architects that other recommended species for this site would include white oaks. If you're taking notes, white oaks, hornbeams, beech, and ginkgo would be excellent species for the site to complement the canopy in the neighborhood. And so throwing that at you, Adam, how do we make that a motion that means something and is helpful? I would appreciate.
How about this? What if we say the applicant shall develop a plan to plant a new tree for any tree that is lost and work with the city arborist to select appropriate species?
Working with the city arborist, I think, is a good thing because he will know, Kevin will know what is of value here and also what species are doing well, given there's certain species that are diseased. The 1-for-1 I don't think is adequate. If you lose 80-year-old trees, 50-year-old trees, which is what is being taken down, one tree is not going to replace that. But evaluating what the replacement value is, that's actually a very tricky thing. I would say instead of 1-for-1, that the landscape plan should have canopy tree planting, period. That on its own is actually a criteria. But in keeping with the loss of trees, that's even more critical for this project. So it's not one for one. I'm saying that to meet the criteria that the landscape plan should have canopy trees planted to fill in where there are gaps along Lincoln, along the northwest part, so the western part of California, and on the eastern part of Oregon, if you look at the landscape plan.
Okay. I guess that makes it a little more complicated. I'm not
Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead, Travis.
For Kevin, does the planning department, as part of the PUD, I'm thinking that this issue that we're trying to solve or incorporate, because I think we all agree that it's important, is the planning for the PUD, is this something that they are easily, or should this be in their scope of work and not ours necessarily?
Yeah, that is something. That's a good question, and that is something that would fall well within the scope of the PUD criteria. I mean, there could be a condition just that made here just to make it clear, if this is what the board chose, for the applicant to consult with the city arborist on, I don't know, on developing the landscape plan, because I mean, they don't have a final landscape plan here, and oftentimes what we do in cases at various boards is say they need to submit a final landscape plan that does X. So there could be just a recommendation that they consult with the city arborist while producing the final landscape plan that that would do X. Or we could, I could bring this to city council as a potential condition for the planned unit development. So, I mean, I suppose it might work better there.
I have, when the PUD was approved over here, I recall the chair of the committee at that time was Jeff Poss, and he actually worked separately with the applicant to do some of the material selection and maybe some detailing. I think there's the potential to also work with the applicant on the landscape plan development and to look at a replacement, to look at what a standard tree replacement equation would be. Because oftentimes if you look at a certain caliper tree, then you can say, okay, this many trees helps to offset that. I mean, it is in our purview, Travis. It's the page dedicated toward the landscape itself with an emphasis on canopy trees. And so that would be of a lot of interest to me if I can assist offline or in the meantime to walk the site, look at that, and or speak with the city arborist about that. I'd be more than happy to do that. The general recommendation or condition would be that in the existing landscape plan, there are areas that have opportunity for planting canopy trees. Those should be definitely filled in. It's a criteria. And it should be filled in with a diversity of species. And Lincoln Avenue should also be considered. I mean, there's no tree planting on Lincoln Avenue, which is kind of crazy. And from a landscape perspective. And then that south, as I said, you can just look right on sheet A1.1. When this came up on the project that's now 809 Nevada, Lincoln, Nevada, we basically see there are plants that are planted out there like this planting plan is showing, and those trees are never going to amount to anything in terms of helping with the canopy development. So this is why I'm putting this into our set of conditions. It's an important consideration, and those trees will add great value to the project, in addition to replacing trees that are being removed.
So can we word it as canopy trees shall be added to the landscape plan in a variety of species as appropriate?
Yeah, in coordination with the city arborist.
In coordination with the city arborist, right.
Mm-hmm. And a quantity of such replaces the tree canopy that's lost. I think that's what we want. And there is a formula out there, and they can consult that with.
With this, yeah, the arborist would be able to help them with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the tree canopy, and then you can't just put in one little guy like this, you would maybe plant 10 new trees. It's a small investment. It makes a huge impact.
Does there become a plan then that 20 years down the road, some of those get culled? For planting 10?
No, well, there's none on Lincoln right now. And
Okay.
so if you do a 20 to 25 foot spacing, you easily have 5 right there.
Okay.
So, I mean, no. Yeah. Thank you for considering adding that condition in there.
So do we have a second for that motion?
Yeah, second. Did no one second?
Okay, yeah, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. And Kat, read that back to us again, what we came up with between the two of us.
Canopy trees shall be added to the landscape plan in coordination with the city arborist. Was there anything I missed there?
Canopy trees shall be added to the landscape plan of a variety of trees. Should we say that? That's appropriate.
A diversity of species, it's in the guidelines, diversity of canopy tree species added to the landscape plan. And looking at the replacement value for trees that are being removed from the site.
Thank you.
City arborists will be very familiar with that
Yeah.
concept and the practice. Okay.
Okay, we'll
Thank
call the roll.
Yes. Mr. Allred,
Yes.
Mr. Cho,
Yes.
Mr. Kunkel abstains, Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Roosh,
Yes.
and Mr. Shees.
Yes.
Okay. Any other considerations, discussion, or amendments that people would like to bring forward? Seeing none, I will call the question and ask Kat to read back to us the entire motion as it has been laid out now.
Do you need a motion first, or do I read the?
No, we already had, the motion's already on the floor. We've been amending
Okay.
it. So now I'm calling the question, so if you'll read it for the record.
Yes. Let's see. So the first, Kevin, the first motion is to move for approval, correct?
So it's based on the, okay, so it's construction, it's been moved that the design review board approve case LR-DRB-2020-01 with the following conditions. And then you can start with number 1 through the rest of the conditions as we just laid them out.
Yes, and the first condition is from the staff report, correct?
Correct.
Which I do not have in front of me.
I'll read it then. Construction of the proposed building and parking areas shall be in general compliance with the attached site plan evaluations, and architectural renderings in Exhibit C. Any significant deviation from these plans and renderings shall require consideration by the Design Review Board.
The second condition is to move to accept substitution of stone masonry portion with another masonry material that is on the Urbana Design Guidelines approved list. Condition number 3 is to accept as an alternate material to engineered wood siding, natural wood lap siding. Condition number 4.
Or what else, Travis? Wasn't there a second part?
Yeah, wood sawn, or you can say this is showing wood shakes or shingles.
Wood shake or shingle, okay.
So natural wood, or yeah, wood shakes, shingles. Thank you.
I can read that one again. Except as an alternate material to the engineered wood siding, natural wood lap siding, or wood shake or shingles. Motion number 4 was for to allow for the reduction of the area of parking lot in any way to preserve trees, taking into consideration a reduction in parking spaces. Condition number 5 is okay, the proposed areas of permeable paving be permeable pavers instead, and I think that was.
And permeable pavers shall be permitted throughout the entire parking lot.
Yes.
Right.
And then that was 5. 6 is moved for a condition to allow solar panels to be installed on the rooftop of the buildings. And then 7 is a condition that the applicant shall, oh, sorry.
Sorry, Kat, did you, I may have misheard you.
Sure.
Did you say solar panels, did you say maybe, well, shoot, I can't even remember.
Read that again, Kat.
But yeah, I thought I heard something that was like prescriptive, like they should, like they will be installed as opposed to.
No.
Okay.
Moved for a condition to allow solar panels to be installed on the rooftop. No requirement or time frame.
Okay, thank you.
And then the last one, 6. Okay, motion for canopy trees shall be added to the landscape plan of a diversity of tree species, looking at the replacement value for trees being removed from the site in coordination with the city arborist. And that is it.
That is the motion on the floor. Let's have a roll call.
All right. Mr. Shees?
Yes.
Mr. Roosh?
Yes.
Ms. McGuire?
Yes.
Mr. Kunkel abstains. Mr. Cho?
Yes.
And Mr. Allred?
Yes.
All right, and with this business done, I will pass the chair back to Mr. Kunkel.
Thank you, Adam. You did a wonderful job doing that.
Thank you.
I know it's really late, folks. I really appreciate your patience. We've got just one more quick thing to do. I'm just going to run through the rest of our agenda real fast. There's one series of bylaw things that for us to consider, but very straightforward. I don't think we have any old business. So the new business item, Kevin sent out a couple of proposed changes to our bylaws. One of them is a housekeeping issue to basically remove any sort of gender identification in the pronouns that are utilized throughout our bylaws. Doesn't change the meaning or intent of any of our bylaws. The second item was to allow for an option for remote attendance. Even though it will be adopted now, it's not really relevant now because it only come into play when we're back meeting together in person and there is actually a physical quorum already present, that we would then have the option to allow additional board members to attend. remotely if they have meet certain conditions for why they're absent. It all seemed very reasonable to me. I'm hoping that you all had a chance to look through it. Certainly if there's any questions or concerns about it, I'd love to hear about it. But if not, I think it's something that's, from my perspective, a pretty straightforward thing just to approve. So any questions on that from anyone?
I have one question, Scott, that there was an exception to being able to participate remotely if you were traveling. Kevin, maybe correct me, you just look like maybe I misstated that, but maybe I should open this again. It says, oh gosh, I'm sorry, I don't have them open at the moment. There were 3 conditions where you could participate. It was like personal illness or injury or something you couldn't physically.
I can read those if it's helpful. Yeah,
that'd be great. It's the exceptions that I was wondering, like, why wouldn't you be able to participate just because you were traveling? You could. So that's a question for clarification.
Yeah, the 3 are personal illness or disability. Second is employment purposes or the business of the public body. And third is family or other emergency. So I would say certainly if you're traveling for employment purposes, something related to your job, everything like that. I think, as it's written, if you were out of town on a pleasure trip, vacation kind of a thing, that I guess technically would not fall into one of those 3 exceptions.
Right, that was written down to that memo. That was an exception if you were, and I'm just wondering what's the reasons behind that in case it seems to preclude that as a possibility that someone, if they were traveling for another purpose, why they wouldn't be able to participate. It seems to me, I just don't understand the logic.
I think, well, I mean, in my view, that's exactly the reason why. If you're on vacation, you're on vacation. If you're, we want the people involved in Urbana boards to be present in Urbana. If you're on vacation, just go on vacation, go take a break. And if you're on vacation all the time, then you should reconsider whether you're on the board.
Yeah, and I'd say the short answer to that is these changes are written to reflect the Illinois state statute that is cited there. So this was a recommendation from our city clerk. So essentially, we just took what that statute says and we're adding that to all of our bylaws. So I guess the thinking was if it's good enough for the state, then we're fine with adding them to our bylaws without changing them substantially.
So if you're just traveling for other personal reasons, not vacations, some wild, crazy trip, you're on an island somewhere and you're distracted and you've had a million, pina coladas or whatever. I don't mean like that. But if there are other reasons that are non-travel work related, then that person is then precluded from participation. So if, let's say somebody was traveling and they were taking care of like a sick parent and they were out of town, but they were actually there just tending towards somebody, could they then participate?
Well, yeah, I think that would fall under a family or other emergency.
There's family or other emergency. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, actually, from my perspective, it's pretty broadly written. Other than, you're on a week-long bender in Vegas. It's a.
Nobody here does that.
Well,
okay.
no.
Well, thank you for that. I just want to clarify the reason behind that. And as you say, it's an illustrate. It's already kind of carbon copied, I guess, from.
Yeah, I guess I would be hesitant to vary from something that's statutorily kind of the bigger, not understanding necessarily maybe the ramifications of us making that change.
Yeah.
Any other questions or?
Very much.
No, given this is a bylaw change, we got to be formal about this and have to get a motion in a second and then a roll call on it. And then these changes as presented will be effective immediately.
I move to approve the new bylaws as presented.
Moved by Adam, second by Justin. Okay, Katie, I can call the roll.
Yes. Mr. Allred?
Yes.
Mr. Cho?
Yes.
Mr. Kunkel?
Yes.
Ms. McGuire?
Yes.
Mr. Roosh?
Yes.
Mr. Shees?
Yes.
All right, motion passes. The bylaw changes are adopted. If there is any member of the audience still out there who wishes to participate, speak now or forever hold your peace. Is there anybody out there still, Kevin?
There are, but I don't see any hands raising.
None? Okay, audience participation is closed. Any staff reports, Kevin?
Not really a staff report, but in all the all the excitement at the beginning of the meeting, if you all can remember back that far, I neglected to, and Adam handled half of this in the proceedings, but I neglected to welcome our two newest members, Dustin Allred and Travis Sheese. Travis is, as Adam mentioned, and you may have gathered from his comments, he is an architect. So we're glad to have him aboard. Dustin is our representative from the Plan Commission. He's also a professor, planning professor at the university. So welcome, gentlemen. I apologize for
willing to serve. Actually, related to that, Kevin, I did have an email from one of the participants earlier in our conversation or in the presentation who asked if the city website could be updated with the contact information for our new board members as well.
I believe it's a personal choice. So if they choose to be added to that, just please send me that information and I will get it up on there. Or rather have somebody get it up on there who has access to that.
Perfect. All right, no study session, obviously. And I think we're ready to stand adjourned. Thank you all. I know it's been 4+ hours and a long evening, but I thank you for your patience and thank you for your input. Adam, special thanks to you for shepherding the group through that process. You did a great job.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, we are adjourned.